Alright, welcome back to The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak. New Game Plus. We are just about to leave for Langport, I believe. If I recall correctly. So, let's get into it. Oh, 1 second. What did it, I hope it didn't say... Okay. I was like, I hope it's not on hard difficulty. But it's, field battles that are on hard, not the command battles. Which are a nightmare. As they should be. Alright. Oh. We are not about to leave for Langport. We are doing nighttime stuff in Edith. I recognize that bike. I only know one woman that looks and sounds like that. Good to see you, Hermes. Guess so. Thanks for that. You were a big help. I don't think I asked you to come pick anything up tonight, though. I can't be going senile this young, so what's up? Your CID buddy has something he wanted to give you. Said it was thanks for taking care of some wanted monster, and that he was throwing in a little something extra, like you asked. Here you go, all yours. Guess he was feeling pretty generous. Hell, I'm surprised he took me seriously. Not that I'm complaining. I don't know what the deal is between the two of you, but it's probably a sign that he trusts you enough to rely on you. Anyway, my job here is done. Thanks for getting it to me. I appreciate you doing that on a night like this. All in a day's work. Actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you since you're here, Arkride. I just started a new special delivery service I'm offering only to my most loyal customers. If you need food, meds, weapons, whatever, just ask me and I'll run out and grab it for you. Sweet deal, right? Yeah, that's real convenient. Of course, nothing's free. I still expect a commission for my trouble, and it can only be stuff that's available here in Edith. But if that works for you, just hit me up whenever you need something and I'll get it straight to you as soon as humanly possible. Got any questions? Nah, all's clear. Expect me to take advantage of it in the future. Looking forward to it. Well, I don't want to keep my next customer waiting, so I'll get going. Good night. Alright. So what have we got? I have to go to Tyrell. I don't see any points here that I have to visit. Just going to recover first. Oh. Can never go wrong with a nighttime trip to the movies. What have we got playing tonight? Sober Curious, starring Nick Marceau. Oh, yeah. I think that woman's got a lot of history with a certain gambler I know. They're also playing This Side of Heaven. Wouldn't mind seeing that. Which one should I check out? Or should I just forget about it and move on? It's just a tutorial about how you can gain relationship points with people by going to the movies. Alright.
いらっしゃいませ。本日はご来場ありがとうございます。まもなく2番スクリーンを開場いたします。チケットを
Sean, a doctor in training, works at a general hospital in Anchorville. After a major traffic accident occurs on the Autobahn that connects Anchorville to Edith, the hospital is filled with scores of injured patients. Strapped for resources, the hospital staff make the hard decision to assign priority to certain patients. To Sean, this idea is revolting. The very notion of prioritizing one life over another makes him sick to his stomach. Then, after scanning the priority list, he reaches a boiling point, culminating in a head-to-head confrontation with his supervisor, Dr. Brown.
先に搬送された女の子がどうして後回しにされるんですか。命を天秤にかけるなんて現場を回すための僕らのただのエゴじゃないですか。
いい加減にしたまえ。君ももう学生ではないだろう。あの子が助かる可能性は限りなく低い。一人でも多くを救う。現場にはトリアージが必要なのだ。
だったら災害時用の医療テントの使用許可をください。僕一人で何としてもあの子を救ってみせます。
A few minutes prior, during the movie, oh. Huh? Just where did my notes go? Oh no. Hey, looking for this? Oh, it's Nina Fenley. Oh, yes, thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate it. These notes are so important to me, I would have hated to lose them. You were writing a ton of stuff down while that movie was playing. Were you jotting down the plot for future reference? Not so much the plot as how the actors performed. Watching them gave me a lot of really good food for thought. Especially when it came to Sean, the main character. The way he looked so powerless as he argued with his supervisor, you could see so many emotions running through him at once. It was incredible. Absolutely. Masterclass in acting right there. You've got pretty sophisticated taste for a high schooler. That movie's pretty subdued, all things considered. You in the drama club at Aramis or something? Yes, something like that. I'm actually studying to try and become an actress after I graduate. Nice. Good for you. I'm sure it ain't easy, but with passion like that, you just might make it. Ah, thank you. I hope so. Anyway, I have to get going now. See you later. Wait a minute. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. No, it couldn't be. Could it? Alright, what is that? What was it, glass fountain pen or something? HP, EP, accuracy critical. Whew, that seems like a pretty good one. Alright. Oh yes, connect event. Apparently, the director's cut of Golden Blood is going to be playing in theaters soon. It's limited to late showings only, so I better check the schedule. Van decided to stop by Esprit Cinema to check the showtime for the movies currently playing there. In particular, he was interested in Golden Blood Director's Cut, as well as a handful of other new releases. While there, he also bought some caramel popcorn as a scrumptious reward for himself before leaving. Heard they added some scenes to that director's cut that turned it into an age-restricted film. Should be pretty fun, seeing if they're worth the hype. You again. What are you planning this time? How come you're prowling the street so nonchalantly, huh? Come on now. Since when did it become illegal to go out for a walk? I appreciate you working late, detective, but can't you leave a law-abiding citizen like me alone? Ain't good to harass without probable cause. Law-abiding? You? You have got to be. Always got a comeback just ready to go, don't you, Spriggan? As for you, Nate, stay out of this guy's way. Don't go stirring things up without good reason. Understand? Yes, sir. Make no mistake, Arkwright. The police are watching you. Remember that. The next time something happens, you'll be... Look out! A robber! Out of the way, losers! Yeah. A robber? Here? Oh, good thing you guys are out on patrol right now, huh? Better hurry up and catch him. Excuse me? Are you just going to stand there and do nothing? You're strong. You should be helping us. Sorry, but I don't work for free. Besides, I'm not exactly in the business of catching bad guys. That's your job, cop. Now what are you waiting for? Time's a-wasting. You've got some nerve, Spriggan. I have half a mind to... Forget him. Let's go. Ow. Are you alright, ma'am? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm guessing it was that robber who pushed you over, yeah? Think you can walk? Yes, I think so. My foot hurts a little, but I could do it. You're so kind. I really appreciate it. You should rest on that bench over there. I'll go ring up the cops so they can take care of you. If I had to guess, the robber took that winding underground escape route to get away. Guys like him can't resist going through there. He's gonna hit him. There are multiple exits out of that place and ways to get to them. At this time of day, the best one for a criminal to use would be... I think I managed to lose him. Just my luck that the cops just happened to be there. But what's done is... Ah! Whoa, you sure went flying. You okay there, bud? Damn it, who the hell are you? The hell was that about? Whoops, sorry, Matt. You look so easy to trip up, I couldn't help myself. Anyway, stay quiet. Any minute now. Inspector, over there! The damn cops! Good work, officers. Why are you here? You took him down, didn't you? Not at all. Let's just call it dumb luck. Glad you could apprehend the culprit, officers. Damn it all. So we brought the case of the brothers music shop thief to an end. That's another one for the books. Not. Is this a joke? What is with you? How did you even get ahead of us? And if you were going to help, why didn't you do it from the start? Because you wouldn't owe me if I just up and offered my help? Here's a tip, buddy. You really gotta learn Edith's backstreets if you want to make it as a cop here. We were also able to assist the old lady thanks to some good-hearted citizen's tip. Her family's on the way to pick her up, so she should be fine from here on. Oh? Don't know what you're talking about, but good for you. Well then, officers, don't want to stand in the way of all your peacekeeping, so I'll leave you be. God damn it! What's he even trying to get at? I suppose that's just how a Spriggan does things. Not to say that he's earned my trust just with this, of course. Huh? Nothing. Let's get back to the station. The robber was escorted to the police station. Once things calmed down, Van returned to his nightly patrol. Justice badge. Investigator that understands Gray. Ah. So raising your relationship with him causes him to come to understand not everything is black and white. Okay, the HP is whatever, but the defense plus 150 is crazy good. I want to put that on some low HP character or something.
この時間ならライブハウスが空いてるはずだな。
Oh, so Gray is maxed out, so I need Law and Chaos right now. Ah, Van, do you have a moment? I guess. What's up? One of my customers left this behind. Whoa, that bag's from Andalusia. Damn, what kind of rude customer just up and leaves one of their masterpieces behind? I see your sweet tooth hasn't rotted out your mouth yet, Van. But back to business, this isn't your normal lost item. There's a story to it. I was honestly planning on contacting the guild or the police. But you stroll at the perfect time. Would you mind if I request for you to handle this? This Andalusia bag has a story, huh? That's weird, but I trust you here. It must be real serious. Gotta admit, I'm curious, but should I get involved? Sure. Customer at Shino's bar seems to have forgotten something quite interesting there. Both the item and the customer smell like quite the tale. Should I chase after them? Yes. Sure, I'll take that job. That's a relief, thank you. So, mind if I peek inside the bag? With the way you're talking about it, it can't be a cake. Of course, take a look. Van took out the contents of the bag. Man, oh man, there's a story here, alright. By the way this thing was bagged up, I'm guessing it came from some smuggling route? Good question. Frankly, the owner seemed like your average everyman, suit and all. He didn't strike me as a shady character. My biggest impression of him was probably that he seemed worn down. He was definitely drowning his worries. Drowning his worries with a gun in a bag. Yeah, where this is going ain't pretty. Last you know is he got drunk and left this behind? That's as much as I know on my end. He left my truck just a bit ago, actually. He mentioned something about catching one last live performance, I think. If you're quick, you should be able to catch up to him. Alright. That's a good enough lead to start at. I'll head to the concert hall. I'll bring the goods with me, just in case. Naturally. I'll leave this customer in your hands then, Van. Quest. What once was lost started. Yeah, I think someone like that was here. But I told them Jess was playing tonight. Said the vibe was going to be chill. Got the feeling they were hoping for something a little heavier. They left without even buying a ticket. I see. You guys talk about anything else? Anything at all you can tell me will be a big help. Let's see. Oh, right. I remember they were muttering as they walked out. Guess I'll head to the theater then. I got a feeling they're playing something I'll like to see. To the theater then. Thanks a bunch, man. No worries. Please come by again. Only place you might catch a movie this late is Esprit Cinema in Tyrell. Better get a move on before the trail goes cold. Oh, yes, I remember him. He was here earlier. Unfortunately, he's gone now. The movie he wanted to see was no longer playing today, so he left. He appeared rather dejected. Gotcha. This guy is a hard one to track down. Anything else you could tell me about him? Certainly. Before he left, I remember him saying something like, "This always happens to me." I also heard him mutter something that sounded somewhat concerning. Oh yeah? What'd he say? I believe he mentioned feeling frustrated about losing something he'd gone to great lengths to attain. And that he'd be better off putting an end to everything as soon as possible so he could finally be at ease. Yeah, that definitely qualifies as concerning. Thanks for filling me in. That just about confirms my suspicions. All the more reason to hurry up and find him. Only question is, how exactly does he plan to put an end to things? I guess there's always that. Those things should be running at this hour. I'd say chances are good that's what he's gonna try for. To jump in front of a train. Most likely, he headed straight underground after leaving the theater. Better make a beeline for it. I don't know why I didn't pick up on that the first time. Considering how common that is in Japan. Let's save this. The next train should be here any minute. Something up, buddy? That sure was a heavy sigh. Might be a bit if you're waiting for the train. Sure you want to stand that long? Hey, you can talk to me. I already know your plan anyway. You're gonna jump in front of the train and put yourself out of your misery, right? Who are you? Just some guy who was asked by a stall owner in Riverside to deliver something? You forgot your cake bag there. Oh, so that's where I left it. I'd planned to use that to end it all after enjoying a few drinks and some music. But by the end, I got so drunk I forgot all about it. Lucky for you, I'm here to give it back. Before I do though, I'm curious. What made you want to resort to that to begin with? I suppose you're gonna try to change my mind, huh? Nah, not planning to butt into your business, just want to know is all. Almost feels like you're treating this like some kind of entertainment. Sorry, don't take it the wrong way. You've got a lot more life experience than me, so I was thinking something like this would be useful to know. Pfft, yeah, sure. Sorry, but I can't imagine anything I can say will be of any use to you. You can find stories like mine around every corner. I lost my job, all because my new superior at work really had it in for me. Any idea why? I couldn't tell you why he hated me so much, just that he did. I started getting blamed for anything and everything. Didn't matter whether it was my fault or not. In the end, even my own workers lost faith in me. I worked so hard to build up my place in the company, to get my coworkers' trust. I had everything up through my retirement worked out. Decades of hard work and planning, all gone in a flash. Life lost all meaning afterwards. I guess that had to have hit pretty hard. That's putting it lightly. My job was basically all I had. I'm still single, and I don't have any hobbies or skills. I can't help but wonder where I went wrong. Did I do something to piss off Ideos? I know I told him I wouldn't butt in, but the client trusted me with him. That means I've got to at least try to change his mind. Looks like I might have a bit of room to do that, luckily. So the question is, should I try to convince him the old-fashioned way? Or give him the cold shoulder and see how he reacts to that? One of those will hopefully work. Let's try the old-fashioned approach. Let me get this straight. You got fired because a superior of yours blamed you for stuff you didn't do, right? That's right. What of it? There's your way out of this then. Sue his ass. Don't make me laugh. You really think he'd leave evidence lying around that'd incriminate him? No way the company wouldn't cover it all up. It'd be next to impossible to beat them in court. Without me, you mean? Van handed the man his business card. I'm a Spriggan from Arkride Solutions. I take on jobs you can't bring to the police or the guild. This is a bit outside my usual scope, but I'm feeling generous, so I'll make an exception. I'll get you whatever evidence you need to win in trial. Guaranteed. Oh, I get it. So you're the Spriggan I've heard so much about. It's hard to believe you can pull off the miracle I'd need for this, but... Never mind. I'd rather not try my luck. How come? This is my job. So as long as you pay, I'll make sure it's done right. Nah, that's not it. I just remembered how exhausting it was to work there. It was like I had to stress about every little detail. You say you can get my job back, but honestly, I'm not sure if I even want it that badly. What was I even thinking? I should be happy to be out, but here I was about to kill myself after losing it. I have no idea what came over me. Hey, things happen. So, what's the plan then? If you're not going to try and get your old job back, you've got to find something else to live for. I don't know yet, but I don't think I should rush into a new job immediately. I think I need to take a little time for myself first. I'll find a hobby, think about what I really want in life, and then I can start searching. Yeah, that sounds like a mighty fine idea to me. Good on ya. I never would have guessed leaving that bag behind would save my life. I guess it did. While I'm still thinking about it, here you go. Van handed the man his bag. I went through so much trouble to get this thing, but I can't even imagine using it now. I think you said that stall owner was the one who asked you to find me? The least I could do is pay you on her behalf. It was more than worth it getting the chance to talk to you. Works for me. I don't care who does it as long as I get paid. I'll let her know you settled the bill. I'd appreciate it. Thanks. Well, I'd best head on home for today. I've done enough drinking for one night, and it'd be better to cool my head and do some thinking. You're a lifesaver, young man. Literally. I'll never forget the debt I owe you. The next train arrived soon after, and Van made sure the man safely boarded it. Afterward, he finished up the job by calling Shino with the details of what had happened.
これで解決だ。
報酬が振り込まれたわ。
Law, rank 5. Chaos, rank 4. Okay. Alright,
よし行くか。
okay, so now I believe we leave for Langport and start chapter 2 proper. So just before we do that, I'm gonna run to the bathroom, grab a drink. We'll be doing a lot of talking. Be right back. Alright, I am back. Time to head to Langport. Oh, I'd saved already. Yeah. Guess I ought to take a shower tonight. Not like I'm gonna have time in the morning. Can't believe she weaseled her way in again. It's a 3-day weekend, so as long as we're only staying the one night, I can join you. You mean it? I'm so happy you get to come. I'm happy to get to come too, Fairy. Hello? Are you two even listening to me? We know from the get-go that Almada's involved this time. And my gut's telling me this is going to be real trouble, so I want you two to stay parked right here. That's exactly why I want to come and protect you. I want to know what the people who did that to Aida are after too. And with all I know about what's going on, I don't want to be the only one sitting around in the capital. Besides, as long as the Genesees might be involved, this is my problem as much as it is yours. I'll start packing my things as soon as I get back to my dorm, so please, take me with you. Why does everyone gotta be so damn stubborn? At least Fairy acts like a normal kid when fighting's not involved. An international call? Oh, right.
夜分に失礼します。バンアークライト様。
No worries. Figured I'd hear from you soon.
それは光栄です。早速ですが、先月の査定をさせていただけますか？お忙しいようでしたら、後日でも結構ですが。
I'm gonna be out of town for a few days starting tomorrow, so let's just get it out of the way. Because this ain't gonna be a fun one.
どうかされましたか？
Nah, let me send you the stuff.
ええ、よろしくお願いします。頂戴しました。それでは、ゼロストライクとスタンキャリバー。
Hollow style? She called it Zero Strike.
並びに財ファ用特殊ホロメアの使用状況を確認させていただきます。相変わらずお忙しそうですね。あら？先月後半のバイタルの数値が、それにフォロー稼働時のこの異様な数値は。
Looks away.
バン様、一体何があったのですか
September 20th, 12:08, 6:30 a.m. Whoa, we're going so fast. The dial says 1,200 cells per hour. That's even faster than when we drove to Krail. Should be in before noon at this rate. Ah, nothing beats a ride on the expressway. Calvardian infrastructure, baby. Calvard really is amazing, isn't it? Granted, not all of our roads are this robust. Expressways are reserved for select routes between the 3 major cities. Everywhere else is still plain old highways. Can't complain too much though. The government maintains our roads better than most. So, this gonna be you two's first time in Langport? It is for me. I've been before, but just as an average tourist. It really is a wonderful place. I've always wanted to visit again with my family someday. Roughly speaking, the city's split into 2 parts, Newtown and the Eastern Quarter. For the sake of convenience, our hotel's in the Eastern Quarter. He stayed in Newtown when I was there. Given our client this time, figured this would be easier. Not like I got the Mira to afford a fancy Newtown hotel anyway. Plan is to have the hotel be our home base while we knock out some jobs in town. About the same as usual. And while we're doing that, we gather information. Spot on, kiddo. Now you're getting it? Oh, right. Another thing. Apparently, the head of the Liu family, the house that Sao is affiliated with, wants to meet us in person. Someone even more important than the purple guy from yesterday? Yeah, he's a rising star in the ranks of Heiyue. Usually, I'd steer clear of guys like him. But if we gotta meet up, may as well try to squeeze him for info. Here's hoping he's a bit of a senile old coot. Oh, Van. Back on topic, we're only in Langport for today and tomorrow. Once Sao gets back from Crossbell, we can skedaddle. That's the plan, anyway. Wouldn't surprise me if we have to extend our stay a bit. If that happens, you'll be heading back by train like we agreed, yeah? Great. I can't afford to miss my classes. As long as I catch the last train tomorrow evening, I'll still be able to make it back in time. You really did your research. I wanted to make sure I could help you both as much as possible. And let's bust this case wide open. The hell? I wonder what happened. I'm gonna go ask around. Any useful intel? Apparently a trailer came open and spilled stuff all over the road. Couple of lanes are closed up ahead. We're 2 for 2 on getting into trouble on car rides. Hope this ain't a sign. You think it will take long for them to clear the road? Nah, 20 minutes or so, I reckon. Till then, I'm gonna get some shut-eye. Did you not sleep well last night? Someone was busy talking my ear off, so not really. Give my shoulder a shake when things start moving. Is he asleep already? I've heard expert warriors can fall asleep at will.
でも不思議な人ですよね。ドライで現実的かと思えば自分なりの筋は通して絶対に曲げない。突き放すような言い方をするのにいつもそれとなく助けてくれますし。確かに戦闘のプロにも匹敵するような経験と実力にもかかわらず生粋の戦士である父や兄とは全然似ていません。それに裏にも表にも通じる顔の広さ、謎です。ええ、知れば知るほど謎が多くなるのにもっと知りたくなるような。
You know, I was thinking the same thing about you. Huh? You're a normal person, but you jump into dangerous situations with us like it's nothing. You support us in battle, stand up for what you believe in, too. Seeing all that makes me want to try even harder. You're giving me too much credit. I'm just acting on instinct. Still, I'm glad that I'm able to help you both. If you have any trouble figuring things out in the city, please let me know. And even though I spend so much time at the office, my grades are pretty good. I can help you study too. Really? That'd be great. My math homework from Sunday school is super hard and I...
ちょっといいかな。一体何があったんだい？
You mean the traffic jam? Apparently a trailer spilled and some lanes have been closed. The road should be clear in 20 minutes or so.
20分か。微妙に暇だな。って君たち可愛いね。旅行でも行くのかい？
We're on a business trip.
出張。まあいい。実は僕も休暇でね、暇なんだ。どうだい？
Excuse me?
いや、ありえないだろう。レッドシューティングスターの顔を知らないのかい？
I don't know a warrior by that name. Which corps are you from? The Red Constellation? I don't think it's that kind of nickname. I've only heard it in passing, but I'm pretty sure it belongs to a Z1 driver. What's a Z1?
そんなバカな。
Maxim Lugan.
いいかい君たち。僕の名前はマクシム・ルーガン。
The fact that he uses Boku is actually kind of hilarious.
動力車レースの最高峰たる Z1 グランプリで3年連続優勝を飾った奇跡の男だ。容姿も財力も何より天から与えられた才能も全てを兼ね備えている。耐えれる芸能の結婚したい男性ランキングでは人気俳優を抑えての堂々1位。いわばこの国で一番モテる男なんだ。
I see. That sounds really neat, mister. That's it. Let me show you how great I am. Get out of this scrap heap on wheels and I'll show you a real... The hell do you think you're doing? What? Van? When did he wake up? Never thought I'd see a hotshot like you trying to hit on kids. Meld and Buzzrader are gonna have a field day with this one. Is a fight starting or something? Wait, isn't that... It's Maxim Lugan. Hold on. I ain't letting that slide so easy. Think you could just walk up, mouth off to a guy's true love and get away with it? But Van... My baby's the only one for me. She came to me in a low moment, but I fixed my Ingrid up good. I should have known. Huh? Sure, she ain't fresh off the line or nothing, but I'd bet I spent more on my baby than you on your ETWS. I believe you, all right? Let go of me already. Wow, he's really serious about this. You'll rue the day you crossed Maxim Lugan. Runs away. Couldn't you have gone a little easier on him? Listen, there are some things in life a man can't compromise on. Anyway, don't go lowering the window for strangers. Could have been a thief for all you knew. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Thankfully, he wasn't the dangerous type. Not in the fighting way, at least. Dingo was right on the mirror about him being a big-headed jackass. You're familiar with him, then? Of course, if you're into cars, his name is everywhere. Shame that the best driver out there just so happens to be the worst kind of guy. I didn't even know him, but I still feel kinda let down. Now imagine how I feel. Oh, look, traffic is finally moving again. About time. The road feels so empty now that we aren't surrounded by cars. Good thing, too. Gotta make up for all that lost time. Van, a fast vehicle is approaching from our 6. Oh, it's him. The guy with the big head. It's you for a race, huh? Hold on tight, kiddos. What? Let's go.
確かにだいぶいじってるみたいだな。面白い。相手をしてやろう。光栄に思うといい。
これが全開だと思うなよ。ここで差をつける。
スピード出しすぎなのさ。
育ち盛りが2人いりゃなんとかなんだろ。
しゃあ、なぜ曲がれる。そうか、あの子たちの荷重を利用したのか。
よそ見すんなよ、チャンピオン。ふぅすまん、通るぜ。
そんな。
Still stuck back there? No. Don't think you'd try off-roading in a sports car. Lame. Didn't think you'd give up so easy. You're kidding me. Miss me? Crazy bastard weaved between the buses. Most scenes it doesn't let you.
確かにいいマシンだ。テクも悪くない。ただ運だけは悪いよう
Check the
だ。
backlog.
何せ相手はこのマクシム・ルーガンだからな。
Guess he ain't a pro for nothing. Time to bust out my ace in the hole.
ターボチャージャー？ワークスで開発されたばかりの。面白い。こうなったらとことん。な。
Shit. Are the foxes all right? That's the one thing that he's worried about, which makes him considerably less of a dirtbag than he first appeared to be. Looks like they got away safely. I suppose monsters aren't the only creatures that cause accidents. Let's hope they've learned their lesson to stay off the road. Right. Tough break, huh? I don't need your pity. You and your Ingert won. Come on now. When a car goes off course, the driver bears the responsibility. That's the rule. You all can go. The engine's fine, and I can handle her basic repairs myself. If anything comes up, give me a call. Feel kind of sorry for him. Me too. I didn't think he'd accept defeat like that. Stuff like that is what makes you a champ. Maybe he's got some good in him after all. After all that racing, we should get into Langport on time. September 20th, 12:01 p.m. I think I said. Langport, the dazzling city. Here we are. It's so pretty. That drive was just as stressful as the one to Krail. Agnes doesn't like driving. But hey, we're here, and we're on time. First things first. I wonder who it is. Gotta be kidding me. Fan Lu. He introduced himself as Fan Lu in the Japanese.
Yokoso Koto e. Arclight 解決事務所の諸君。私がファンルーだ。
Fan Lu. You're in line to be an elder of Heiyue, and Sao's family branches off of yours, yeah?
一応空論銀行の副頭取なども務めているがね。
What's that? One sec. Oh, starting really late. Okay. Calvard's second largest bank and one of the most prestigious in all of Zemuria. Thanks to their foreign and immigrant connections, they are an institution with a great deal of political power. Wow. You're quite the learned young lady. Thank you, sir. Surprised a big shot like you wants to meet small fry like us. Did a little birdie tell you when we arrived? It's only natural that we of Heiyue would know what's happening in our own home city. Ubiquitous as we are, it would be strange for someone to catch us unawares. Though our size as an organization does come with its fair share of challenges, mind you. Sao said something similar. Simply put, when this many people are part of the same organization, there are bound to be differences of opinion. Don't worry, we didn't call you here to adjudicate some petty internal squabble. No, our issue at hand is far more delicate, to say the least. Likely more so than you realize. Which is why we're here to sniff things out before you bring down the hammer. Precisely. Sao's endorsement of you carries great weight, but I'm glad to see your senses are as keen as he led me to believe. I'm expecting great things from you all. Appreciate it. Anyway, I suppose that is enough pleasantries. Let's discuss the matter at hand. Works for me. You spread that rumor like I asked? What's he talking about? Maybe they're letting the townsfolk know we'll be here? Oh, so they can give us jobs. Yes, we spread word both in Newtown and the Eastern Quarter. I must admit, it's a curious tactic. Your methods are certainly unique. Lots of ways to earn a living, you know? Well, contingent on your success, we're prepared to pay you a fine sum. As a reminder, the earliest we'll take action is 2 days from now when Sao returns from Crossbell. In the interim, go about your business as you see fit. But if you learn anything of Almata's plans, please alert us straight away. I think that about covers what I needed to tell you all. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. You know anything about that problem child Sal mentioned? I do, but I'll leave that to the foremost expert on the subject.
ごめんパパ、遅くなったわ。
Normally, I'd scold you, but your timing was impeccable. Say hello to our visitors from Arkride Solutions.
もう来てたんだ。ごめんね、待たせちゃって。あなたがツァオが言ってた解決屋さんね。へえ、結構イケメンじゃない。
Hey, you're pretty good looking.
わあ、可愛い女の子が2人もいるんだ。はじめまして、仲良くしようね。
It's nice to meet you too. What she said. Ditto. So, you also from the Liu family? Ashen Liu.
そうよ、私はアシェン・ルー。あの問題児について知りたいのよね。なら、幼なじみの私が教えてあげるわ。
I'll leave you kids to your fun. I've got another meeting to get to. And by the way, you're all welcome to lodge here for the duration of your stay. Thanks, but no thanks. Already booked ourselves a room in the Eastern Quarter. You're ever the curiosity, Spriggan. It's no issue though. As I said before, you're welcome to act as you see fit. I look forward to good news, everyone. I'm impressed you managed to book a hotel without us noticing. Having eyes on me all the time ain't really my style. So, where to? The Eastern Quarter is only a short drive from here, so why don't we take the scenic route? This car is comfy, so I figure we could just chat here. Now you're speaking my language. We're being followed. Don't mind that. Baba is just overprotective. Given why we're here, I can't really blame him. It's annoying, but you're right. I'm more than ready to be rid of Almata. Would you mind telling us more about the situation? Sure. Langport is Heiyue's turf, but will allow just about anyone to do business here. For example, folks from Edith and the Central East often set up shop around town. Makes sense. Lots of money to be made in this country's second biggest city. And Almata wanted a piece of the pie. Last month, they made their move. A new business in Newtown called the Messeldam Trading Company. Before we knew it, there were suspicious people all over the city. But there's more to it. Almata is not even packing the streets with their own members. They hired thugs part-time from all over to come in and start fights. So far, they've mostly targeted stores and young people in the Eastern Quarter, but nowhere is truly safe. That's awful. Sending out hired grunts to do their dirty work, eh? That's weird. Never shied away from throwing their people to the wolves before. I suspect they're saving their members for when the real conflict begins. Until then, they'll continue attacking Heiyue. It's a war of attrition. At the end of the day, they're just a bunch of wannabes buzzing around like flies. Heiyue is in no real danger, so we've been letting them struggle in vain. Unfortunately, not everyone is happy with that mindset. Your childhood friend? Lay it on me. What's this guy's deal? His name is Aaron Wei. He's 19 years old and was born and raised here in Langport. He's a proficient martial artist of the Gekka style, one of the East's 3 big schools, specializing in swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. One time, he even took down a rowdy group of sailors all on his own. Whoa, that's awesome. People have taken to giving him silly nicknames like the Prodigy of Langport and the Crimson Khan. For as free of a spirit as he is, he really does care about the community. Honestly, it's no wonder why everyone in the Eastern Quarter loves him. He sounds very charismatic. You're telling me. I just wish he'd learn to rein it in every now and then. Still, Baba and the others think he could make a name for himself in Heiyue if he decides to join. If he doesn't get himself killed first, that is. As you can imagine, he hasn't taken kindly to outsiders roughing up his people. The other day, he and his friends attacked a large gang of Almada's grunts all by themselves. They retaliate yet? Strangely enough, no. They haven't launched a single attack since then, let alone tried to get revenge. We have no way of knowing what they're scheming. To make matters worse, Aaron sees this as an opportunity to finally drive Almada out of town for good. But I can't imagine they're going to go quietly. If he's as hot-blooded as you say, you're right to worry. I want to see his skills in action. Well, if we hurry, you may get to see something special. Let's head over to the eastern quarter. Wow, what amazing technique. I've danced in my village's festivals, but it was nothing like that. Her stage presence was overwhelming. Though, if you don't mind my asking, why did we come to a show? So that's how it is, huh? You noticed? Yeah, he's got all the mannerisms down pat, but the way he uses his muscles is just a bit different. You've got it then. That's my troublemaker of a childhood friend. Wait, that's a man? I see. I do recall hearing of men dressing as women for theater productions, now that I think about it. His Gekka skills show through his movements too. I'd say he's at an intermediate level, but could probably challenge a master on a good day. That's part of our problem too. If he were weaker, we might not be in this mess right now. Bravo! What a stunning woman. Oh, what I wouldn't give to get to know you a little better.
あっちのバカはともかくアシェンといる連中がなるほどね。
Worried about him? I've known him for so long, it's hard not to be. Baba likes Aaron too, enough for the subject of marriage to come up. Oh my. Are you engaged? My younger brother is the one stuck carrying the family name. I'm free to live my own life. Besides, I prefer men like Sao anyway. Wait, really? Girl needs to get her eyes checked. Shh, you're being rude. I just can't see Aaron that way. He's more like a brother, if anything. But honestly, Van's not half bad looking either. Appreciate it. Is that about her eyes? I'm confused. Does she need glasses or not? Very. On to the next order of business. Would you like me to show you around town? Nah, we can handle the snooping ourselves. Really? Then I suppose I'll be taking my leave. Call me if you need anything. I'm counting on your help with Aaron. Will do. We'll deal with your pain in the ass friend one way or another. That was more of a detour than I was expecting. Let's check in at the hotel and grab some grub. A short drive later, Van, Agnes, and Ferry arrived at their hotel. After eating lunch and relaxing, they decided to get started on the day's work.
Oh, 若いの。こいつはお主の車じゃったな。
Sure is.
いい車じゃが、このままではいかんの。このコートは潮風が強いからな。
How would the wind hurt a car? Oh, you mean the salt in the air will corrode the paint.
そこでじゃ錆よけのワックスをしてやるぞ。お代は1000ミラじゃ。
Gotta respect the hustle. Why not? September 20th, 2:03 p.m. There's so many people here. It was like this when I visited as well. I'm surprised though, Van. You knew exactly where to find the hotel. What can I say? I spent a couple of months here back when I was starting out, and I've been back a few times for work. But all my info is out of date. What we need now is fresh leads. Right, information concerning Almada's dummy company. And anything we can find out about Aaron. Don't forget the Genesis. The one Agnes has must have been reacting to something. For all we know, everything could be connected anyway. Ought to be clear once we get to work, so let's mosey. Roger that. Right behind you.
ここの掲示板は目抜き通りの途中だったな。どれどれ
Special delivery. I'm being pursued by an organization over a certain package. Could you please help me? I can't show my face in public, so I'd like you to talk to Old Lady Powell on the main street of the Eastern Quarter. Neil. I don't see anything that looks super urgent. Me neither. We have our pick of the litter. Is something the matter, Van? Nah, I was just thinking back on old times. When I first came here, I was just a greenhorn, and now I'm the one leading greenhorns on my return trip. Life comes at you fast in both good and bad ways. Hobby once said the very same thing to me. I had no idea what he meant, and I still don't, but that's okay. I always love hearing wise old man sayings. I'll pretend I didn't hear the old man part. Anyway, let's get to work. We'll probably run into some familiar faces along the way.
Ch2 号2号
Hey man, how's it hanging? Van, what's it been, 4 years? Come on, I was here 2 years ago for work. Oh, me and my memory. You still day drinking or what? Hey, I'm living on the straight and narrow now. Nearly getting swindled while drunk out of my gourd was the last straw. If you hadn't bailed me out, I probably wouldn't have this store or much else to my name. Nowadays, me and the booze only get together once the moon is up. Not that the wife really sees a difference in when I'm doing it. Well, at least you got that going for you. My old girl's all well and good, but what about you? Strutting around town with a doll on each arm? Asshat, you know that ain't how it is. Hello. Good afternoon. Anyway, we're here to ask you about something. Take a look at this. Ever seen anything like it? Oh, why'd you take a picture of it? It won't always be safe to show people the real thing. Can't say I have. It's clearly quite old and of superb craftsmanship though. Is it a pocket watch? Nah, it's an orbment. No rumors about any like this floating around? Anything helps. It was way back, but there was some rumor about a fancy orbal watch being sold off. Then there's a long stretch of no news at all, till just recently. I heard of something matching that description being sold down by the docks. Any idea who sold it in the first place? Couldn't tell you. But maybe the fact that even I don't know ought to tell you something. No kidding. If an expert like you is totally in the dark, something must be going on here. Well, whatever it is, thanks for the tip. Anytime. Good luck out there, Van. Well, look what the cat dragged in. You should know better than to come to a place like this. Hey, ya girlies. How about we buys you two's a drink? Yeah, we'll treat you to the tasty stuff. What? Hideos above, you're gonna break it! Go easy on them, kiddo. Just a couple of lousy drunks. Are you sure?
こら、酔っ払いが何やってるの？お客さんにちょっかいを出すなら店から叩き出すわよ。
Aw, come on, Hal. We were just trying to spook him. The little one nearly took my arm clean off.
自業自得でしょ。
She's right, you know. Kind of a loser almost gets their arm broken by a kid. That guy. Times may change, but the drunks here stay the same.
船乗りも多いから丘に上がると思わずはしゃぎたくなるのよ。ごめんね、多めに見てあげて。
Of course. Reminds me of the grown-ups back home who couldn't handle their drinks. Nice seeing you, Hal.
あなたもね、バン。また厄介事を頼まれたそうじゃない。
Oh, you two know each other? Yep.
とりあえず奥へどうぞ。私は春、ここのウェイトですよ。たまに外でディーラーの仕事もするけど。
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Agnes Claudel. I work for Van's company part-time too. Well, actually, it's kind of complicated. My name is Farida Al-Faid. I'm here to train and pay back Van for his help.
よろしくね。どこでこんな可愛い女子を見つけたの？
Life's been real weird to me lately, okay? So, your partner hanging around here somewhere? Or did he finally kick the bucket?
そこでくたばってるよ。
誰がくたばってるだ。二日酔いってだけだっつうの。2年ぶりくらいか。
Since last meeting in person, yeah.
にしても美少女2人も助手に雇うとはお前も偉くなったもんだな。
Shut it. Jack Trevor.
俺はジャック・トレバー。ここらのカジノでは知らねえやつがいねえ凄腕のギャンブラーだ。よろしくな。
It's nice to meet you, sir. Wow, you must be quite skilled. I know it's hard to believe, but he's telling the truth. These two have a real reputation as a gambling duo. Oh, that's exciting.
コンビを組んだつもりはねえんだが。
なんか言った？
They travel around to casinos all over the place, which lets them trade all the info they pick up along the way.
あくまで副業だがな。
それを言うならジャックの本業は無職になるじゃない。
俺にはギャンブラーという立派な本業がだな。
はいはい。それで、バン、何が聞きたいの？
2 years back, I started hearing about some guy, but apparently he's a real local celebrity these days. The name Aaron Way ring any bells? Ever the lucky sleuth, aren't you? As it happens, this bar is one of his usual haunts. Really? Can you tell us about him? According to Ashen, he sounds like quite the character. He's always one bad fight away from ending up injured, but then never say die attitude is part of his charm. You'll be hard-pressed to find anyone talking poorly about him around here. He's a hot-blooded guy for sure. It'd be easy to brand him as a no-good gang leader. But honestly, those kids would be way worse off without him. Even old folks give him kudos for keeping things in line. Ain't that something? Pretty good gambler too. Sometimes he'll challenge me and Hal to a game. Believe it or not, he wins a third of the time. You're kidding. Don't talk like you haven't given me a run for my Mira too. The more I hear about Aaron, the more he reminds me of Van. Difference is, Aaron's actually got looks. Now that I think about it, Van's what you'd get if you combine Jack and Aaron. The hell's that supposed to mean? Let's talk about what's really wrong here. Jack's face? Fair, but I mean something important. Come on! Bet you guys know the Messeldem Trading Company, right? Tell me, what are the odds Aaron gives up on running them out of town? 0. The way I see it, you've got 2 options. 1, take care of business before the kid goes and does something crazy. 2, make him compromise with you. Both sound rather difficult. And how's A doing? They're more unhinged than Aaron, that's for sure. Word is, the thugs they're hiring are the worst of the worst. They haven't shown their face in the Eastern Quarter since Aaron whooped their butts. It's hard to rest easy though. With them still hanging around the other districts, they're clearly planning something. I know the guild's got their eyes peeled, but I'm not sure there's much they could do. Speaking of which, I hear you've been getting buddy-buddy with the Bracers lately. What's up with that? You gonna visit the branch in town? Hermati must have told you, huh? I'm just picking up some slack for them, that's all. Whatever you say. With all this going on, I've gotta wonder what Heiyue is thinking. We're more or less safe since this bar is a neutral zone, but otherwise Heiyue runs the show around here. And let me tell you, some of their elders are real monsters, not to mention Sao Li. Yeah, we can't get too comfortable around that guy. I'd say it's good that he's in Crossbell right now, but he's probably there to call up Yin. Figures. Yin. I feel like I've heard that name before. The legendary Xiangshu, an assassin of sorts. Some call Yin the demon of the Eastern Quarter. Supposedly, they moved over to Crossbell a few years back. They haven't been nearly as active, but Yin's name always pops up when something big is going down. Huh. I wonder if my people have fought with them before. Were I a betting man, I'd say the demon ain't the only ace up their sleeve either. Assuming the rumors I've heard are true, of course. Don't make me think about all that creepy shit. All I know is this. This town's on a collision course with bloodshed. Unless something's done, at least. Let me know if you hear anything, alright? Will do. You're staying at the Weihua Fandian, yeah? Shame we couldn't squeeze in a game or two. Gotta save that for off hours. Don't want to corrupt the kiddos, you know? Please visit again sometime. I'll make sure you get a warm welcome next time. Thank you, we will. I want to hear lots of old stories about Van. Oh, I've got some real juicy ones. Better keep those to yourself, you hear? Okay, I think that's all the info we're gonna get here. Next stop is Newtown. Wasn't that the first place we went to when we arrived in Langport? Yep. It's just over the bridge, so we can walk right on over. No need to take the car. I wonder who that is. Hello again. Oh, it's Ashen. Didn't think we'd be hearing from you again so soon. Did the situation take a turn for the worse? No, don't worry. That's not why I'm calling. I actually wanted to give you all a request. Oh, gotcha. Then give me the details and I'll decide if the job's right for us. Alrighty, here's the rundown. There's a problem in a tourist area that's managed by Ch2. A dangerous monster showed up out of nowhere, so tours are being put on hold. And you need us to take care of it? I heard Ch2 is on guard because of Almada, so I'm guessing their hands are a bit tied at the moment. And if they turn to the guild, it'd seem like they couldn't handle problems on their own turf. Got an image to protect, right? You got it. Think you can handle this? I'll pay above the guild's rate. Well, I think it meets our standards, but we've got a packed schedule. I gotta see if we have time to fit it in. Oh, of course. If you don't have the time, that's perfectly fine. We'll be able to take care of it by ourselves eventually, but we'd just rather have the matter settled sooner rather than later. The ferryman by the wharf in the eastern quarter will fill you in on the specifics if you decide to take the job. Taking on a big monster sounds like it'd be a fun change of pace. That qualifies as a fun change of pace to you? That's mildly concerning. Either way, if we got the time to do it, we should. Might be worth dropping by Newtown to get our equipment in order. Jack. When you've been in Langport for as long as I have, you tend to hear a lot about Aaron Way. That kid has made a hell of a name for himself, and he's been the talk of the town for the last few years. I've also been hearing a lot about A lately. That whole situation sounds like a mess. You guys watch yourselves out there, alright? Lots happened over the years, but I finally found the place where I belong. Let me know if you want to order a drink or if you need me to deal your cards. Oh, and if you need someone to lay into Jack, I'm your gal. Poor Jack. Oh, wait. Oh. There is no more quest stuff over here, is there? There is a shop that I want to visit, though. Where is that? Oh, okay. Take care of one of our side quests here. Or start it anyways. Van, is that really you? Oh, it's been much too long. Have you gotten taller? You have, haven't you? I don't think so. It wasn't that long ago since I last dropped by. Who's this nice lady, Van? This is Pau. She helped me big time when I was just starting out. She ran an inn back in the day, but she closed it down. How's retirement treating you? Quite well, in fact. It's nice to take things easy for once. Though I still lend an ear to those in need. I rather enjoy helping the young ones along their journey. You sound just like someone I know. There's a wise old lady in a village near mine. Makes me feel warm and fuzzy knowing there's other people just like her. Hey, we're here to look into that Neil guy's request. Oh, good to hear. He's in quite a bind, so he could use your help. So, he a friend of yours or something? Not quite. Neil is a traveler of sorts. He had a troubled look on his face, so I called out to him. That's when I learned he was being pursued by Heiyue. It all seemed like a big misunderstanding, so I wanted to assist him however I could. What? How did he become a target of Heiyue? Did he do something bad? I think it'd be faster if you heard the details straight from the horse's mouth. Also, you never know who may be listening in out here. And how about we meet in our room back at the Guihua Fandian? Doubt Heiyue would be able to eavesdrop on us there. An excellent idea. I'll tell Neil to head over right away. Or would that be a problem? You want me to contact him now or later? Well... go right ahead. Very well then.
任務開始ですね。
It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Neil. And I'm Van from Archive Solutions. These two are my assistants. Let's get right into it. Can you give us the details of your request? We heard from Pao that you're being pursued by Heiyue. Yes, that's right. I can't even walk around outside. And it's all because of this stupid package. Can you tell us what's inside of it? Yeah, I checked the contents when I got it, and it's full of Central Eastern sweets. However, when I looked into it more with Pao, we discovered that it has a detachable bottom which hides a white powder. I think it's some kind of narcotic. A narcotic? Heiyue has banned the trade of drugs in Langport. No wonder they're after you. I could tell you aren't a dealer based on how you're talking about this. So, how do you get your hands on that case? It's a long story, but I don't mind telling it if it'll help. This all started 4 days ago when I was still in the Central East. Traveling around the world is a hobby of mine, you see. But just as my trip was coming to an end, I ran into someone. This person asked me if I wanted to do a simple job for them, which was to take this case back with me to the Republic. And you accepted it? Of course, I had no way of knowing it had narcotics inside. I thought it'd be easy money, and I was excited at the prospect of turning my hobby into paid work. I was told to deliver this case to Langport, and that's why I'm here now. Before I could make the delivery, though, Heiyue started chasing me. I had no idea what was going on. I probably would have gotten myself caught had Pao not hid me. That's a fine mess you've landed yourself in, and the old lady's dragged herself into it too. Okay, so that covers how you got here. I want to know more about the orders you were given regarding the case. Your answer could change how we deal with this issue dramatically. Well, there's been a recent development regarding that. The person who gave me the job contacted me a few hours ago. After I told them that Heiyue was chasing me, they gave me more orders. They told me to drop the case off at a designated time and place. Sounds like they want to do a handoff. They must have started panicking when they heard that Heiyue is on their tracks. So, what should we do from here? Simple. We take the goods and do the exchange in his stead. We'll lure the guy out of the shadows and hand them off to Heiyue. End of story. Huh? Are you insane? That's suicide! It's a risky plan, but I don't see any other alternative. If you want us to properly get rid of the drugs and ensure your safety, this is the only way. I volunteer myself to handle the transfer. I think that would be a good experience for me. They might let their guard down when they see a kid doing the transfer. Alright, this one's all yours for Rita. Roger. Okay, let's hurry to the drop-off point. You stay here. I'd rather you not wander around until we get you off the hook. Works for me. The designated location is the park area in Newtown. They said to put the case under one of the benches that's facing the sea. Good luck out there, you guys. Alright. Oh, you came. I heard everything from Lady Ashen. She asked you guys to get rid of that monster, yeah? That's right, so where do we need to go? Did Lady Ashen not tell you? It's on a remote island called the Eroded Cave. Ah, I heard about that place when I came here sightseeing in the past. Not only is the landscape breathtaking, it has some mysterious legends surrounding it. It's quite popular, apparently. Yep, but sadly, no one's allowed to go there right now. The island became infested with monsters after that big one appeared. Naturally, tours there have been delayed indefinitely, at least until we can exterminate those vermin. And you want us to be their exterminators? Ashen did say that Heiyue's people would handle it if we couldn't. But they asked for our help, so I say we do it. Just take some time to think it over. If there isn't any leeway in your schedule, then it's all good. You can use this boat to head there if you decide to accept the job. A tour guide will be waiting for you there. They'll make sure you don't get lost. That's very considerate, thank you. Alright, we'll let you know what we decide in a bit. Heiyue is asking us to exterminate a large monster in the Eroded Cave. Should we take the gig? Yes. Monsters have been popping up in the Eroded Cave, making it unsafe for touring. They want us to take down the big monster deep within that's causing all of this trouble. This place is beautiful. You could say that again. Hello. You must be the fixers who took our request. Welcome to the Eroded Cave. My name is Quan, and I'll be serving as your guide today. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Now then, allow me to lead you through this cave. Please take a look at the two passageways. Over the years, the waves dissolved the brittle parts of the surface rock, which created these two holes in the... Hey, hold up a sec. Is it just me, or are you giving us the tourist treatment? I thought you were supposed to take us to the monster. Oh, I have every intention of doing so. However, we wanted to provide a little treat to you since you're Heiyue's honored guests. Lady Ashen requested that we give you a full tour of the cave. Well, that was, nice of her, I guess? I certainly won't object. Isn't it a little dangerous to be doing this, though? I'm sensing a lot of monsters around here. Are you sure it's safe for you to tag along, ma'am? Oh, don't you worry about a thing. Our tour company is run by Heiyue, so all of its employees, including myself, are Heiyue operatives. I'm certainly not the strongest in the organization, but I can hold my own in a fight. Since when did Langport have badass tour guide ladies? Heiyue sure has a lot of interesting people in their employ. though it is a little chilling to see how much influence they have in this town. Anyway, let me tell you a little more about the eroded cave. Have you heard of the famous legend involving it? Well, we heard of it, but we don't know any of the particulars. Wonderful. Allow me to explain then. This is a story that's been passed down for many generations. Hi, Curry. Oh, when did you get here? Is there any sync issues with the audio? Before my voice was coming up, before the text that I was reading came up, is the main thing that I'm looking for. At the heart of the eroded cave lies a precious treasure, the Wind Spirit Stone. Oh, that's a cool name. Energy from all over gathered here in this cave, and it crystallized over countless centuries. The stone possessed immense magical power, and it captivated the hearts and minds of many with its mystical allure. Both humans and monsters alike were drawn to it. Soon enough, the land became infested with powerful demonic beasts that had been granted the favor of the stone. That sounds bad. Were the people of Langport okay? Yes, they were fine. In spite of the danger, many Jaegers and bandits traveled here in search of the stone. However, none of them returned, and shortly thereafter, travel to this island was strictly forbidden for many years. What a terrifying legend. I wasn't expecting it to be so dark. And now you're guiding us right into that same hotbed of monsters. Okay, I'll have to... I wonder if I can adjust that on the fly. Give me 1 second here. Correct. There are lots of nasty little beasts out and about, which makes the story all the more believable. We don't have any issue with them being here. The real problem is the large one that is roaming deep within. If we get ambushed along the way, we'll just have to make short work of them. I've never seen a tour guide with such nerves of steel. Too bad she ain't gonna be much of an asset, because we're the ones who will be doing the monster bashing. That's fine. We're more than up to the task. I like your enthusiasm. Now, let us commence the tour in earnest. We'll be heading through the left passageway. Oh, and if you ever need to return to the city, just let me know. How's the volume? Quan is now accompanying the party. The other issue that I had was that game sound was also like slightly before what was happening on screen. I think I've got that one solved. You may have noticed this already, but the terrain here is quite complex. Back by the entrance, the water recedes during low tide, which makes the other passageway traversable. Oh, so we would get a completely different experience if we came back when the tide's low. Exactly. Also, believe it or not, there's another legend about that. It's said that those who visit the cave during high tide will often fall prey to vicious monsters who will grab you by the feet and drag you underwater. After that, you will be torn to shreds and devoured by ravenous undersea beasts. Torn to shreds? Devoured? And when low tide comes around, you will find piles and piles of jagged bones and tattered flesh. That's why some call this area aquatic hell. It's the first obstacle of the eroded cave. Oh, I get it. The cave must be testing the courage and willpower of anyone who comes here. That's a pretty damn grotesque bit of fiction. You sure that ain't a little much for your average tourist? Not at all. Our visitors tell us they find it thrilling. Oh, there's also the tale of the young man who surpassed the legends. Would you like to hear about that one? Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. Oh. Maybe we should save it for another time. Oh dear, we appear to be surrounded. Not for long. Let's mop the floor with these chumps. Right. I'm not sure if they're the monsters from the legend, but I don't need confirmation that bad. Let's beat them up. That's good to know. I've got your backs. I'm actually really happy with the way that this mic sounds. It like listening back to my own stream, it sounds very close to what I think I sound like to other people in real life, as opposed to my old headset mic and the Blue Yeti. And on top of that, like, one sec. I was just typing on my keyboard and you weren't able to hear it, were you? The keyboard's only like 30 centimeters above my... 30 centimeters below my mic. Wow, it survived. Perfect. Go XLR. One sec. I got a Go XLR mixer and mic is also Go XLR. And it's got a built-in pop filter, so like yeah, yes it is. TC Helicon Go XLR, dynamic broadcast microphone with integrated pop filter. It's a condenser microphone. I mean, the Blue Yeti that I have is a fancy microphone. It's just not really made for streaming, right? It's made for recording music and stuff, so it picks up everything. This one is a unidirectional microphone. It it doesn't pick up my air conditioner. It doesn't pick up the cats. It's been great. And I'm like bad with audio stuff, so I was happy to have set it up so well. And I also got a boom. I posted a picture of my new setup in Discord there. Phew, excellent work, everyone. I'd heard that you were all tough, but I didn't realize you were that strong. Well, thank you, but honestly, I felt like I was having trouble keeping up with them in that fight. You say that, but your footwork was way better than ours. You aren't being held down by the terrain at all. Anyhow, there are a lot more monsters here than I thought. Guess getting to the big baddie ain't gonna be a walk in the park. Yeah, but I don't mind. I'm having fun walking around and taking in the view. Let's keep it up, you guys. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. By the way, I have rescue equipment on hand in case anyone falls into the water. So if you were worried about that, don't stress. Just enjoy the tour. All right. Yes, that's the one flaw, is that I can't go sit over on my bed or lay in bed. But the thing is, like, I could just plug my microphone into my headset if I really feel like that. Not a big deal to switch. Is my voice still coming early, or did that? the change that I made fix it.
バトルスタート。慎重にね。制圧完了。
そこ
戦闘終了。先を急ぎましょう。
Okay. I also figured out how to add chapters to my videos. I did that with my last one because it was like 12 hours long.
戦闘終了。先を急ぎましょう。
I think there's some
戦闘終了。
dialogue with our tour guide coming up soon. I carried everything over from my previous playthrough, so like all the enemies here are very easy. I'm still not far into my New Game Plus run. Here. Oh, here we go. Oh, so, 1 second. The key is that the very first chapter has to be at 0, 0, 0. But then you just put them into the description, the actual times, like this. And then yeah, you put whatever the title you want for that chapter to be right beside it. Then you go to a new line and do the next one. It was pretty easy once I figured out how to do it. You've got to have a minimum of 3 chapters. But that first one has to be 0, 0, 0. Alright, here's some dialogue. Now, take a look at that hole in the rock straight ahead. You could get a nice view of the sea through there. Holy moly, you aren't kidding. Wonder where these holes came from. Actually, there's another legend about that. This place is said to be the second obstacle of the eroded cave. I'm guessing it's too much to hope that this story will be a happy one. Sorry to say, but yes, this place is known as Death's Head. It's a nesting ground for monsters. According to the legend, the ground was once littered with the skulls and bones of human beings. Okay. Let me try. Okay, I adjusted it again. I don't know if it actually works on the fly. That's the only thing. It is said that the souls of fallen challengers are cursed to wander this place for all eternity. And their corpses, longing for salvation, would pick themselves off the ground, walk over to the stone walls, and claw at them day in and day out. That's how the holes in the walls form. At night, their lingering malice was said to have poured out through them, turning the sea a crimson red. Do you seriously feed tourists these creepy as hell stories? I'm worried you'll scare people away with them. Even if it's just a made-up story, I feel so bad for the fallen warriors. I hope Arusha grants them salvation. I was going to save this part for later, but apparently this really was a dangerous place back in the day. The rock formations in the wall actually got their shape from the crashing waves. I believe that over the next few centuries, the stone wall will cease to exist. I think we need to cut story time short. We've got company. What? Again? Let's take them out before more join the pack. Okay. I will adjust again. I've now added 1,100 millisecond delay. Come on, get behind us.
すごい数ね。気をつけなさい。負けません。
まとめて相手に覚悟を決めな。
ダンダライスレイダー。
ブーストゲージリミット解放。
Phew, that takes care of that. Well done. Alright, it won't be long before we arrive at our destination. The third obstacle is just a little ways from here. The monster should be lying in wait there. Just a little bit more to go, everyone. Good. I'm just about ready to wrap this up. Did they add the illuminate? I haven't paid too much attention. Because, like, half the people that I used to play with still can't play. Because they're in countries that are not allowed to play the game. The game audio seems synced though. That was another thing. I used to have this issue back when I played OS, or when I did long streams, the audio would like slowly drift out of sync over the course of the stream, and that was really annoying. I'm hoping that's not the case here now. Yeah, it really sucks. Like, those people didn't do anything wrong, and it's just Sony bigwigs being fucking dicks about, you know. This game actually has a interesting mix of real-time and turn-based combat. So at any time here, I can enter into a turn-based battle, and then I've got more options and skills to use, just like that. And what you do is you like stun one of the enemies, and when you do, and you enter into a turn-based battle, if you look around, see that blue line on the ground that outlines the battlefield? That's made of these things called shards that come out of the devices that we use to cast spells. And those shards, when they form the battlefield, they come out in a giant wave and they smash the enemies if you stun them, and cause damage as well as other different effects. There's a whole bunch of other stuff to shards. This is the game where they were first introduced as a concept. And also, as far as world build, they're not just a gameplay thing, they're also a world building thing. So the devices that we use now, characters have always used these devices called orbments that allow them to cast magic, and you set different types of quartz into them to determine. In the first 5 games, you set different types of quartz into them, and the elements and the strength of the quartz with each element would determine what spells you were able to cast. And then they changed that for the last 5 games so that certain spells were attached to a specific quartz, and the elemental values of the quartz didn't matter. But now they've gone to a blend of that. And so the Zypha unit, you see there on the left, you can see it open up. You can see the septium circuits and the quartz crystals set into it. And that's all of this. And so my spells are actually determined by this thing called an arts driver, and each driver has some default spells, and then they have these custom slots that you can use Sepis to open up, where you can put spells of your choice in them. And I've got a whole bunch of them. There's a single arts driver that you get that is completely just like 8 custom slots, so you can set whatever you want in it. Otherwise, you have to work around the preset ones, and that kind of limits your character's strength. Because in one of the problems with the first system they came up with was that by chapter 2, if you pooled all of the quartz that your characters come with at the start of the game and the ones that you found in treasure chests, you're able to unlock like the second most powerful spell in the entire game. And then so that completely broke the balance of that game, and you were able to breeze through a lot of dungeons and stuff as long as you were careful with your mana. And then they tried to limit people's access to spells by attaching them to quartz, so you needed a specific quartz in the next 5 games to have access to a certain spell. And obviously you would only get the most powerful the quartz with the most powerful spells attached to them later on in the game. And that came with its own set of problems. Casters at the end game were like completely untouchable as like the most powerful DPS, and so they came up with this, which is like a combination of the two. They still limiting what spells you can get at what point in the game, and on top of that, while you do have access to some of the most powerful spells in the game fairly early on, the EP cost of them, your mana, made it so that like when you first got access to Tyrant Storm with its 360 EP cost, you could only cast it once. Even now, I've already finished the game once. He only has 600 EP max, so he can only cast Tyrant Storm once. And so that's a good way to balance things out. And then you have these turn bonuses where you'll be able to cast a spell for free. And so if you wait until one of those turn bonuses comes up, that's when you bring up the big spells. And then instead of these, now the ports all have elemental values again. So down in the bottom window there, the information, it shows like water 5 points. And like this fortune one is time 4 points, wind 2 points. And so now those elemental values, they don't give you spells, right? So instead they give you these things called shard skills. And the shard skills, they're like passive effects that activate with a certain percentage chance in battle when you take certain actions or when you start battle. And depending on the elemental value of the quartz, because there's 4 lines here and each one is its own circuit. Depending on the elemental values, the total elemental values of the 4 quartz on each circuit, that determines which skills from each circuit are active. And like for the defensive line, that consists of resistance to ailments, and things that activate when you guard, or the things that act to guard other characters. For the spell line, it boosts the power of spells with a percentage chance. With the extra line, it's like automatic buffs at the start of battle and during battle when you take certain actions. And with the attack one, it boosts the it adds elemental damage to your physical attacks. So yeah, they've done a good job making the game more balanced now. It's not completely broken the way when I was playing Trails into Reverie, your spellcasters were something else. My spellcasters could cast the most powerful spell in the game over and over and over, like 3 or 4 times before the enemy got a single turn, if I set my characters up right. You don't have to go that far. It's just like... The only time that you have to go that far is if you're playing on the harder difficulties. If you play on normal or even hard difficulty, you don't have to worry too much. Just throw some decent spells on your spellcasters and throw some, because the courts, outside of giving you access to shard skills, they're giving you bonuses to very specific things like extra break damage, extra defense. This one draws aggro from the enemies so that they attack him more than they attack the other people. Gives you a boost to your evasion, etc., etc. So if you're playing on the easier difficulties, you don't even have to worry about shard skills. You just like throw whatever quartz you got on there. Throw the physical attack boosting stuff onto your physical characters. Throw the magic stuff onto your magic characters. Yes. And then if you play on, if you played on like Nightmare for your first playthrough, then every single thing matters, because then you walk into a fight and like the bosses have S-crafts as well. Special abilities that they like super attacks, and even on hard difficulty, I think one of the bosses in the late game almost wiped out my entire party with a single S-craft, much to my chagrin, because there's one character that can put up a shield on everybody else. I don't have her in my party yet, but she had a free cast turn, so I used like one offensive spell, and I was gonna cast her shield on the next turn, and then all of a sudden the boss uses his special attack, kills 2 of my characters, and puts the other people down to red, and I'm like, oh, well, that's what I get for being greedy. Alright. Boss time. I'm gonna finish this boss up real fast, and then if you can let me know how the delay is for the dialogue after that. Oh. We have arrived. That large beast should be dead ahead. Are you sure? I don't see it anywhere. Eyes up. Huh? Oh, there it is. Whoa. This monster definitely matches the description from the report. Looks like this guy's all alone. That'll make this much easier. Let's send old crab meat to a watery grave, girls. Gladly. You're going down. Wow, he survived.
ガンガン行くぞ。頼むアニエス。
テラスプレアディスレイ。
There we go. All right, the battle is won. That thing didn't stand a chance. You all were incredible. Now that the monster has been taken care of, the smaller ones should depart in time. They were drawn in by it, it seems. Thanks to you, we should be able to conduct our tours again soon. I'll be sure to gush about you all to Lady Ashen. Ah, thanks. Well, I think it's time for us to be heading back. But before that, I wanted to ask if there was a legend tied to the third obstacle. Oh, yeah, was wondering about that. As a matter of fact, there is. Follow me. Okay. I can still add more, so... like, even if I wind up playing PC games and stuff in the future, it's not a bad thing if it's like 1 or 2 seconds delayed. So, but even I can, if it is a big deal, I could just remove the delay. And as long as I know what the offset is that I need when I play console games, then I can put it back on when I need to, so. Alright, I've adjusted it again. The Wind Spirit Stone was said to be around here. Those who were fortunate enough to make it this far would have bore witness to its dazzling beauty. However, those who dared to reach out to the stone would awaken the wicked spirit that resided within. This spirit would create raging tornadoes, swallowing the stone seekers whole and leaving not a trace of their mortal bodies behind. And that's why no one who came to this island ever returned alive. The end. That's quite the unsettling conclusion. I know those legends are all fiction, but they still give me the chills. You said the end, but there's more to the story, isn't there? Oh, yeah. You didn't tell us about the young man who surpassed the legends. You have an excellent memory. This is a true story from some 50 years ago. One day, a ferocious monster that resembled a wicked spirit appeared in the eroded cave. It had the power to control the wind itself, leading to stormy waters, and the surface of the sea was painted red with the blood of fishes. Okay, perfect. Those sound eerily similar to those old legends, even if the details differ slightly. Jaegers and execution squads traveled to the island to quell the chaos, but they all met their demise. It was as though the legends had become reality. But in the wake of the city's despair, a new legend was born. The legend of a young man who conquered the legends. Ah, so that's where he comes in. Despite his youth, his martial arts prowess rivaled that of a master practitioner. He traversed the perilous cave, swatting away the evil spirit's minions left and right, till he finally met his prey. Even in the face of its overwhelming strength, the young man, armed only with his Gekka skills, vanquished the spirit by cutting it in two. That guy must have been one heck of a warrior. After that, the smaller monsters fled the cave and peace was restored to all. Whether the Wind Spirit Stone truly exists still remains a mystery. Only the young man knows the answer to it. It's said that this was only the first of many adventures he had on his journey. Not a bad story. And the fact that it's true makes it even better. I'd like to meet that guy someday. I would as well. Unfortunately, we have no idea where he went after that, or what his name is for that matter. I suppose we'll just have to let our imaginations fill in those blanks. It's kind of sad seeing that he's a nameless hero, but at least he isn't unsung. Anyway, thank you for guiding us, and for telling us those stories. Yeah, they definitely weren't boring, I'll say that much. I'm glad you were sufficiently entertained. Now, as you head back, I want you to imagine that you're the young, courageous hero of the tale. I'm sure things will look very different if you look at the surroundings through his eyes.
これで解決だ。
入金を確認したわ。
The next game in this series comes out on Valentine's Day. And man, this game is widely considered to be the best game in the series to date, especially as a standalone story. And after having finished it the other day, I can easily see why that's the case. But there's quite a few things that we don't learn. One of the most frustrating ones being some of the events of our main character's past. We learn one of the major bad events that happened to him in the past, but the other one, there's at least one other event that we don't learn about, and it's connected to the suit of armor that he can summon and use in battle during certain boss fights called the Grendel. Just going to smash a few more. Oh, I destroyed everything, didn't I? Okay, I guess I'm not. I guess I can rest. Let's smash some monsters. Also, the built-in pop filter on this mic is fantastic. So it does. I don't peak the mic when I make the P sounds or say something too loud. But I think that mystery is going to be dealt with in the next game, because we also don't learn really what the suit of armor that he's able to summon is. Also, so when we open these orbments, you'll see that that the orb there on the left, or sorry, on the right, it says Otis. That's the name of the AI, and Vine for that one. But for his, it's this little, it's a special one. I'm terrible with audio stuff, so I can't criticize other people too much for it. Took me like 40 minutes earlier to fool around with the delay on my own stream, and I still didn't have it good until you came along and helped me do it live. So, but the pop filter on this, the pop filter on this mic is built in, and it's made of metal, so it's very nice. The best one, I was watching Bibu the other day, and she's like, just a second, you hear her stomp away, and then all of a sudden you hear this scream. She tripped as she was running away from the computer. Everybody's like, what? I'm okay. That was great. She just moved to Japan, so she didn't have her normal setup. And apparently the charging cable they gave her for her phone that captures her face for... One sec. That captures her face for her VTuber model, the charging cable didn't work. So her phone died halfway through the stream, and she was running off to look for another one and tripped and fell. Koseki Bijo. She's one of the HoloLive girls. That was really funny. Alright. This side of town is so different than the eastern quarter. There's even a movie theater here. As I recall, this is all part of a new development effort. Yeah, back in the day, all that was here was the port down south. But after Calvard went democratic and the Orbital Revolution happened, things started changing around here. Oh, I guess that's why it's the second biggest city in the country. I mean, just look at that huge building. That's the Langport Trade Center. Some people just call it the Great Spire, though. don't think we'll have much to do there for this job. Yes, Bijou. She is one of my favorite VTubers. In fact, why not? Thought I had. Yeah, Koseki Bijou was my most watched gaming channel this year on YouTube. And I was also in the top 0.3% of Gigi Murin's fans. I watched 12 times as much as the average viewer. Gigi Murin and Koseki Bijou are like two of my favorite people to watch. She also, the composer for the music for Devil May Cry was watching her while she was playing Devil May Cry, and on stream gave her permission to do a cover of one of the songs in the game, and she did this entire cover of Bury the Light with her own made-up lyrics, and it was fucking hilarious. Too bad I don't stream on Twitch anymore. I'm flattered though. I can't wait for the yes. They should be anyways. Actually, let me double check my settings. 1 second. Because I didn't see anything. Stream settings. I do not see something about links here, so I don't know how you modify that. Yeah, feel free to throw it in Discord. I was going to say I am seriously looking forward to not just the next game in the series, but the one after that. Oh my god, the opening for it is incredible. And so like back in the previous series of games, the Trails of Cold Steel and stuff, their engine didn't have the capabilities for like doing any really nice animated combat, choreographed fight scenes and stuff. But you could clearly see in this video that has changed, because that's like in-game cutscene footage. The fights that happen in the second half of that opening, it's crazy. Even the ones in this one are good. Yes. And there's for anybody who's been following the series for a long time, the character appearances, there's a lot of people gonna be super excited. Actually, one of the things that I love about this series, there's this one character that's introduced in the first trilogy as like a antagonist, and by the end of the third game, they have left their organization and they've joined your characters. But that was like kind of what most people would expect to be the end of her story, as stuff shifts over to different groups of characters. So then you move to the Crossbell arc, and the characters in the next arc, they actually meet up with her several times during side quests, and if you complete those side quests, you get a whole bunch more backstory, because the third game actually goes into like her past is awful. She her house burned down, and her parents thought that she died in the fire, and in reality she'd been taken in by this place called the Order of the Moonlight Horse, and they put a 6-year-old girl to work at a brothel, and she was saved from that place by the major antagonist organization of the series, Ouroboros, and so she winds up joining them, and but she thought her parents abandoned her, and then you find out through the side quests in the fourth and fifth games that that's not the case, and she actually makes contact with her little brother, her biological little brother, but she's now been adopted into another family, so she doesn't reveal that she was their daughter or anything. She just kind of watches over them like a guardian angel. And then like the trauma that she went through when she was young is something that you don't really get over in maybe ever, actually. But fast forward to these games, like she also made appearances throughout the Trails of Cold Steel series as a more minor character. But now this girl Agnes that's in my party, before this game took place, Ren transferred to a school in Calvard, and she's now in high school. I think she's like 17 years old now, and so we've literally watched this girl grow up over the course of the series as well. And she wound up saving Agnes from a bad situation, and now both Ren and Agnes are on the student council at RMS Academy, where Agnes goes to school. And it turns out that Van helped her out in the past after she ran away from Ouroboros before she was adopted by the Brights. And so there's a whole bunch more backstory that we're getting for her. And it also looks like we might get another delve into her past, because some of the stuff in this game and the next game has to do with the remnants of the Order of the Moonlight Horse and the gardens and the places that she was associated with. It's really cool. But it was quite amusing The first time that, because everybody just thinks that she's like a normal schoolgirl, so the first time that we see her like standing up in the rafters with this giant scythe over her shoulder, and then she winds up like, there's these two people that we're fighting. They're like world-class assassins, and my party, we take them down to like half HP, and my party is like ragged, breathing hard. That they're just barely holding on, and then this mech comes over, and now there's no way we're gonna win that fight. So Ren shows up, and she's like, I'll take these guys on, and it leaves my party to fight the mech. And so after we win the battle with the mech, the two assassins that she's fighting are the ones that are ragged, and she's not even breaking a sweat. So, and the characters in my party that like know her aside from Van are like, who the hell is this girl? So, anywho, let's check the bulletin board and get moving. Oh, aren't you that reporter from the Tyrol Times? Is this a friend of yours? Not exactly. We've just bumped into Little Miss Tryhard here a few times now. Business as usual. You getting into trouble again?
文化面の取材で来てて、そっちの取材は終わったんですけど、なんとなく事件の匂いがしたので。
She's got good instincts.
有給を使って滞在を延長してるんです。
That's some dedication. I'm surprised she noticed what's going on. I guess Dingo did mention she has good luck. Good luck and a good nose, apparently. Well, have fun with that. Peace. She's following us. Just ignore her. She's still following us. She's not even trying to hide it either. Alright, what gives? If you're hunting for dirt on Giacomo, I'm fresh out. No way. That's yesterday's news. Care to explain why you're glomming onto us then? Don't mind if I do. Here's an analogy. If trouble is monsters, then you're Sepith. While you don't necessarily cause trouble yourselves, you certainly seem to attract it. So if I follow you, I'm bound to find my next big scoop. Just pretend I'm not here and go about your business as usual, okay? Like hell we will. Actually, I'm feeling generous. Let me throw you a bone. There's an important person in Langport right now. Take a gander. Maxim Lugan? Oh, it's the guy who really likes himself. Van, what are you... What is a superstar like that doing here? Can't say. I've got client confidentiality to uphold, you know. He's implying that he's doing a job for Maxim. But I'm sure that it goes without saying that it ain't normal for a guy like that to be wandering around a place like this all by his lonesome. Very true. Unfortunately, we've got too much on our plate to keep an eye on him. So if we've got to give up on our lead, why not pass it on to a friend of Dingo's? I want to write about politics, though. This sounds like something fit for a tabloid. You got a sports section, don't you? Besides, maybe getting a scoop here will give you the transfer you've been looking for. Plus, I bet you'll understand Dingo better if you give his line of work a try. You make a compelling case, Spriggan. I'm no expert on reporting celebrity news, but I'll pursue this story with journalistic integrity and respect for the subject's privacy. Just you wait, Dingo. I'll catch up to you before you know it. That's the spirit. Anywho, good luck out there. Thanks for the lead. Today, a breakout article. Tomorrow, the Pulitzer Prize. What a charming person. She can't be much older than me, right? She's a reporter, so it's safe to say she's at least 20. More importantly, you did it again. A little fibbing won't hurt. Won't get her a story either, though. Oh well, time's a-wasting. Let's go check out the job board. Aye aye. He did this to her in the previous chapter. She was looking for a scoop and he sent her to the police station and she got in big trouble and we walked away. In a foreign land. This is my first time visiting the Eastern District from my home in Arasion. I heard about Arkride Solutions from one of the guides here, and I think if you were to serve as my tour guides, I'd have a lovely time sightseeing. What do you say? Please contact me at the Kowloon Hotel if it so pleases you. Caroline. Looks like there's more. Substitute Sensei. I heard you have a knowledge of Eastern martial arts. As such, I'd like you to take my place as an instructor for a short time. It's nothing serious, I swear. If you're up for it, come to the park in Newtown. Old Man Wang. So... Oh, who's texted me? I forgot to tell you where the dummy company's at. I just sent along the info. Feel free to scout it out. I wouldn't recommend charging in guns blazing, though. So that's where it is. Something the matter? Nah, Jack just gave me the location of the Messeldam Trading Company. What? We're heading there now? Are we going to blow the door down? I'll prepare the explosives then. Don't do that. I'd rather not get arrested for arson. I just want to take a look at the building. We ain't in any rush though. The location's on our map apps, so we can check it out after finishing some requests. The other thing that I really like about this game, this series, particular. So in the first game, your main character is Estelle, who becomes a bracer, and bracers are, you can think of them as mercenaries for the people. They take jobs, kind of like the Adventurer Guild would, and I think they're actually called in Japanese the Adventurers Guild, but they take on, or no, Yuga Kishi. Yeah, not sure. Anyway, they take on jobs for like average people, stuff that the police wouldn't do. So they'll go out and help people take out monsters and stuff around the around farms. They deal with like monster infestations. They deal with like going out to buy stuff, errands, all kinds of other stuff, and they also deal with like way more severe political stuff. But the key to the Bracer Guild is that they don't do anything that goes against the laws of any of the countries they operate in, and as such they are an organization that operates in every single country on the continent, and they work together and they can send bracers from country to country depending on what's happening that requires it. But they're definitely like a force for good. There's other mercenaries out there, Jaegers, private military companies and stuff that focus specifically on combat, and they'll do anything as long as the price is right. But the bracers only take on morally good stuff that doesn't break the law. In the second set of games, the Crossbell arc, your character is a police officer, so obviously he's also on the side of the law. In the third set of games, the Cold Steel arc, your main character is Reen, who is going to school at one of the Erebonian military academies, Thor's, and he's part of the military for the country of Erebonia. But Erebonia has recently banned the Bracer Guild from their country, and so their prince felt that the Bracer Guild was a necessary construct in a country to help run things, and so he created a brand new class at Thor's that was meant to mimic what bracers do, and that's the class that Reen is in. And so the stuff that you learn and the stuff that you wind up doing is very much along the lines of the work that a bracer would do, except you are working specifically for Erebonia and in Erebonia's interest. So again, you're like following the law for the most part. In this game, your main character is Van, and he's a Spriggan. He's a fixer. and he takes on jobs that are morally gray, and sometimes even cross into strictly illegal territory. But he only takes ones that fit with his personal morals. And so as such, you see over the course of the game, the Bracers start approaching him. The Central Intelligence Division of Calvard starts approaching him. Ouroboros, that organization that everybody else has been fighting against for the entire rest of the series, approaches him to give him jobs. And Van is a bridge between all these different organizations. He's one who can work with whoever needs the work, and can also kind of act as a mediator between them. And so he is by far the most fascinating main character in the series to date, and it's made for a very, very interesting story. Right now, the people that we're doing a job for are the Hey Yue organization. They're the biggest crime syndicate in Calvard. They're basically like a mafia. So, but they're while they definitely do illegal stuff, and the law does not like the police and the Bracers do not like Hey Yue. I think this is the park that Neil was talking about. Yeah, he was told to put the goods on one of the benches facing the ocean. Alright, it's my time to shine. We'll be right here if anything happens. Be ready for anything, alright? Understood. Beginning operation. I accidentally walked into progression for a side quest. We've got eyes on target. What should we do? We'll follow them at a distance. Here's the goods. Excellent work. The delivery person was switched out, yes? Yeah, they got a kid to do the exchange. Doesn't look like Hey Yue's noticed a thing. I think we're in the clear. So he's the guy who wanted the drugs. He hasn't noticed us yet. I think they're alone too. Should we charge in? Yeah, let's go. Seize them. Damn it, how'd they find us out? Oh, so I was about to talk about Hey Yue, and this is a perfect example. So Hey Yue is the largest crime syndicate in the Calvard Republic, but they, being the largest crime syndicate, they have set up a certain list of rules, and among those rules are hard drugs are not allowed, and human trafficking is not allowed. And because they're so big and have so much influence, they also enforce these rules on the entire rest of the underworld in Calvard. And so, in a way, Hey Yue is also a pivotal element in keeping the peace in Calvard, especially in the underworld, and prevents some, like, compared to the stuff that could be going on, the stuff that they do is, like, much more minor. And so these guys are trying to bring drugs into the country, and Hey Yue is not having any of it. You must have screwed up. Unhand me at once, you Hey Yue scum. Hey Yue? Ah, I didn't even realize they were behind us. Why do I feel like we were made into pawns? Neil must have been the bait. I thought it was weird that he managed to give Hey Yue the slip. Well, either way, you're doing us a solid here. Saves us the trouble of bringing them in ourselves. Heh, we're always happy to clean up the trash. Thank you for your assistance. We were lucky that he issued a request to you. Now then, we will ask that you hand Neil over to us. He's a material witness and a suspect. But he got caught up in all of this by accident. Neil had no knowledge of the drugs. He doesn't deserve to be punished for this. That's for us to decide. Our job is to judge. Yours is to comply. I will ask one more time. Will you hand Neil over to us? The whole point of this request was to save our client. Giving him over to Heiyue would be like throwing him to the wolves. The way I see it, we got two choices. We try to persuade them, or we fight. And so you have an alignment gauge in this game, and your alignment gauge determines which factions you can ally with during certain points of this game, and also who comes to your aid in the final chapter. There's law, gray, and chaos. And the choices that you make in these situations determine your alignment. So this time, I'm doing some chaos choices. I know you guys have got your own way of doing things, but the same goes for us too. Saving Neil is our job, and we're not going to compromise on that. How impertinent. That puts us at a standstill though, so I've got an idea. Let's settle this with a good old-fashioned brawl. If we win, you'll have to keep your hands off our client. If you win, he's all yours. I can agree to that. It's your funeral though. Let's change locations. I don't think his boss is going to be too happy about that. Okay, it's just us now. No need to worry about locals getting in our way. Fair warning, Spriggan. We aren't going to show you any mercy just because you have children with you. I thought as much. We have to win this, you guys. Right, for Neil. Alright, let's show him how it's done. Oh. Okay. I didn't realize they were that weak. They're too strong. No wonder the Liu family and Master Sao place so much faith in you. Phew, that just about wraps things up. There's one thing I've learned from this, it's that the Gekka style is terrifying. No kidding. Well, you've bested us. As per our agreement, we won't apprehend Neil. Tell him to be more careful when taking jobs that seem too good to be true. So they knew that he didn't do anything intentionally. Assholes. We will. Thank you very much. Well then, I think it's about time we go back and deliver the good news. Thanks for sparring with us. It was a ton of fun. Barry. The thing is, that was Van's weakest attack. I was just using it to draw aggro because I figured they would put up a little more of a fight. What? You fought Heiyue and won? I'm so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you all. I can't thank you enough. I mean, you saved my life. It was nothing. I'm just glad things worked out. Now, you can walk around Langport without worrying about Heiyue breathing down your neck. Hope you've learned your lesson. No more sketchy gigs, alright? Of course, of course. I'm happy things worked out for the best. I knew you and your assistants could get the job done, Van. Consider this a small token of my gratitude. Nice. Wow, sweets. Thank you so much. Come on now, I ain't a kid anymore. As far as I'm concerned, you still are. It's not every day I get to see Van be treated like a kid. I'll wire the money to you guys soon. Again, thank you all very much. That includes you too, pal. I surely would have been snatched away by Heiyue had you not stepped in. The next time I come to Langport, I'll bring you some souvenirs from back home. I'll be looking forward to it. Take care, everyone.
任務完了。お疲れ様でした。入金を確認したわ。ここが東方人街ね。
Yes, I love using the mini nukes. And I'm not quite so willy-nilly with my stuff, or I wasn't back when I was playing it. But if I needed to rearm my eagles, I would definitely. It wouldn't matter how many enemies there were. 1, 2, 3. I'd just throw down an airstrike to put it on cooldown so that I could resummon them when I need all 3 of them. All right, back to Newtown.
目的地に向かいます。
Oh, they're really tough. I guess they've all got shields and stuff, right? All right, you sent a video. Just watching that video you sent me. And eating. That was good. I'll have to send it to some friends. Got a couple of VTuber focus servers. That's kind of interesting. All right, this lady wants us to give her a tour. Now, giving people tours is definitely not something that a Spriggan typically does. Oh, right. So, because the jobs that he does aren't strictly legal, he has a special method that he uses. There's these bulletin boards around the city. When somebody has a job for him, they put the job on the back of the bulletin board with 4 SPG on it, which means 4 Spriggan. And then once Van picks up the paper, he takes a look at the request and decides if it's the kind of thing that he'll do. And if it is, he'll go meet with the client to get more information. And this is the Bracer Guild. And you can see why they translated, or why they localized it the way they did. Like, their emblem is literally a bracer. Also, the description of like what they do is supposed to be a supporting, like there to support your everyday people that might fall through the cracks if it was just like the police and the military of each country. Oh, great. And BRB. Newbie streamer. I also modded you, by the way, in case you didn't notice. Might have to refresh to see it. I don't know. Alright. You're Caroline, right? We saw your request. We're from Arkride Solutions. Oh, perfect. I've been waiting for you all. Shall we depart? One sec. There's something I'd like to ask you first. Why us? Huh? I was wondering that too. We're not locals, so I'm not sure if we would be best suited to be your tour guides. Yeah, this is my first time in Langport, actually. Oh, I know full well that giving tours isn't your primary area of expertise. But when a local guide told me a skilled Spriggan was in town, I just had to meet you. It's like you popped right out of a novel. I thought it'd be much more fun to explore the Eastern Quarter with you all than a regular tour guide. Not sure how I feel about you coming to us just because we sounded more fun than the alternatives. Well, what do you want to do, Van? Not sure. This ain't the kind of work we usually do. Might be a good way to get familiar with the area, though. The gig sounds simple enough, too, and the girls may like having some downtime. No. I think I only get like 1 or 2 days off, sadly. My normal days off though are Sunday, Monday, and then like I get off early on Friday, or on Saturday. So it's almost like having 3 days, but alright, this is different from the requests we normally take, but we'll make an exception for you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Today is going to be a lovely day. Yes, now I'll get to tour Langport too. I'm surprised. I thought he would turn this request down for sure. Shall we head to the Eastern Quarter then? Yeah, let's bounce. We'll decide on where to go once we get there. Very well then. I'll leave the tour plan to you. Caroline is now accompanying the party. So, beyond that gate lies the legendary Eastern Quarter, right? It's like the whole townscape is sheathed in vermilion. How wonderful. Yeah. The entire street was constructed according to the architectural style of the East. The lights that come from the lanterns and the wooden buildings give this place a warm, cozy ambience. The Eastern Quarter is both gorgeous and welcoming. You're gonna love it. So, where should we go first? Shall we explore this street? We'll definitely want to hit the shops at some point. But before that, I think we should check out the Eastern Theater. Oh, I've never heard of that before. She's in for a surprise. It's a place that puts on performances. We saw a show there earlier and it was awesome. My, that sounds delightful. It's right over there. We'll tell you more about it once we're inside. I'm forced to take time off as well, but I've got my time booked for when HoloLive concert is in March. Oh my, it's awfully crowded in here. Is a performance about to start soon, or has one just wrapped up? The latter, sadly. If you have some spare time later, I'd recommend coming back and watching one of their shows. They're a real treat. I'll certainly consider it. So, what sort of performances do they put on here? Do they host operas and musicals? Nah, they do Eastern performance art. The shows have singing in them, but the sword dancing is the main draw. Sword dancing? My word. They don't do anything of the sort at the Opera House in Erasion. While operas mainly just need amazing singers, and Erasion has those in spades. The Eastern Theater requires a little more performative flair that can complement their elaborate narratives and set designs. And one of their dancers delivers the secret spice with finesse, and he's all the more popular for it. Right now, this place is the main attraction of the Eastern Quarter. Fascinating. Well, I'd certainly like to meet that popular dancer if I get the chance. That red-haired dancer was so dreamy. For real. I didn't even realize he was a guy until after the show. If looks could kill, I'd be sitting in the lap of Idios right now. I really hope he's in the next performance. I gotta burn his image into my mind before I head home. So those are the kinds of fans he attracts. They sure liked Aaron, didn't they? Is that the fate that awaits me if I see him on stage? Will I be lusting for him as well? Okay, I think we've seen enough of the Eastern Theater. Want to check out the main street? I'd love to. It's in Japan, but it's going to happen over 4 days this year, I think. So, and it also happens because of the time zone difference. The concert starts at like 4 a.m. my time, and I start work at 3 a.m. So that's no bueno. What is it? There's a certain. That Makuhari event hall in Chiba, which is in Tokyo, by the way. It's one of the cities that make up the Tokyo metropolitan area. But because it's like an event hall, they've got a bunch of different halls that are split apart with shutters, and they can actually raise those shutters and turn it into one big space. And so last year when they hosted the concert, I think the seating was like 45,000 people, and because they're digital singers and dancers, they had 3 different stages, and so there's 3 different front rows. But in addition to that, when they've got like 20 or 30 people singing, they'll have one group on one stage, one group on another stage, and one group on the third stage, and then they'll rotate between them. So it's really neat. This place is the center of commerce for the Eastern Quarter. They've got everything from inoffensive tourist shops to quaint little stalls. The world's your oyster. I vote we go to the stalls. I'm famished. Me too. In my guidebook it said the food here was quite delicious. Well, I think our course is set then. Yeah, let's see what these places have to offer. Oh, another thing about this series is, so, in the very first games, Trails in the Sky, there's this series of novels that you could pick up throughout the game. If you talk to certain people or visit certain locations at very small, there's these very tiny windows where you can get these books. And each book, like if you go into the game text, let's see. So each book would have like between 10 and 20 pages that were like this much text, and there'd be like 13 or 14 books in a set. And the very first series of books that appear in Trails in the Sky are a series called Gambler Jack, and it tells the story of this girl who her father was one of the most famous gamblers in the world, but he was killed, and it was ostensibly because of this gambler named Jack, because her dad lost in a rigged gambling match or something, and she sets out to beat Jack and get revenge on him. And in the end, she winds up finding out that he wasn't the one. Like Jack wasn't the reason that her father died, and so she wound up sparing him, and now they're a pair. And oh, it won't let me travel. Fast forward to 11 games later, because this is the 11th game in the series, and this is the first time we find out that Jack and Hal from that story are real people in this world, and you meet them in person for the first time. Fucking cool. I love that kind of shit. Hey there, interested in buying some souvenirs? Got some mega cheap medicinal herbs, affordable fortune vases, and other stuff that's exclusive to my shop. We've even got Moshi merch in stock. It's all the rage with the ladies. Moshi is a knockoff of a Crossbell mascot called Mishi. Oh, and don't listen to those morons who say he's just a ripoff of some mascot from Crossbell. They're just trying to drag Moshi's good name. So, how about it, Missy? What do you say to buying a Moshi doll? He's the new mascot of the Eastern Quarter. This cute little cat thing's gonna be blowing up real soon. There's something strangely charming about his listless expression. I'll take 20. I needed some souvenir gifts anyways. I'll give them to everyone in my family, my distant relatives, and all of my son's friends. Wow, you've got some deep pockets. I'd think twice before giving this scoundrel any money. He's scamming you. What? But he sounds like such a nice man. That's because I am a nice man. This is slander. I'll sue you for all you're worth if you speak another word. Now, back to the subject at hand. If you buy those dolls, I'll throw in a genuine Eastern bracelet free of charge. It's too good a deal to pass up, don't you guys think? That's for Caroline to decide. And I think it's a great deal, so I'll take the set. Your enthusiasm sold me. Haha, yes. I mean, it's a pleasure doing business with you, Missy. I think you just made this guy's day. Oh, wow. I don't recognize any of these titles. The covers are quite unique. I think I'll pick up a few of them. I suppose it's acceptable for a book novice to make their purchasing decisions based on the cover. I see you're eyeing The Frontier Tribes, a history of the war for autonomy. That's a fascinating read. It's a frighteningly accurate account of one of the bloodiest wars in the East. It's filled with vivid, gory depictions of... I think I'll pass on that one. Maybe you'd like something that's light and breezy? How about this one? It's called The Beauty of Eastern Handicrafts. There's lots of photos, so even just flipping through it should be fun. That sounds right up my alley. I'll take it. You're choosing a picture book? How pedestrian. Oh well. At least you're taking an interest in our culture, so I won't complain too much. This little girl's got an attitude. Oh, right, this guy. Welcome. Nice to see you again, Van. Sup, old man? I see you're doing well. That's because I have a healthy diet. If you'd all like to be as spry as me, I recommend you try my food. I'll even give you a sample for free. Go on, try some. I think I'm okay. What sort of food do you serve here? Great question. Allow me to show you what I've got. Here's my famous caterpillar skewer. It's fresh off the grill. Keep those away from me! After I spotted a caterpillar in my garden, I swore I'd avoid them for the rest of my life. To think I'd run into them here of all places. And what's even stranger is that they actually smell good. Don't fall for it, ma'am. They'll give you food poisoning for sure. I kinda doubt that. I've actually heard they taste pretty good. I'll believe it when I taste them, and with all due respect, I don't think I'll be trying those anytime soon. Okay, we've done the rounds. I got so much shopping done. I'm still surprised you tried the caterpillar skewers in the end. Me too. I guess I just figured I'd take a chance. It didn't taste as bad as I expected, but, well, let's just say I won't be coming back for seconds anytime soon. Can't believe I just ate caterpillars. I want to throw up. Maybe it would help to take your mind off that. Where would you like to go next? Oh, yeah. I remembered something as we were going from stall to stall. A long time ago, I read a novel about a gangster here in Langport. The majority of the story took place in a bar. This is Gambler Jack, by the way. The books that I was talking about earlier. The book featured thrilling gambling matches. It was quite the page-turner. That sounds interesting. What was it called? I don't recall, sadly. None of the titles at the bookstore jumped out at me, so I think it might be out of print. That's a shame. Well, if I ever stumble upon it, I'll be sure to give it a read. Please do. I highly recommend it. If the pub is here in the Eastern Quarter, I'd very much like to visit it. I've never gambled before, but I wouldn't mind trying my hand at it. Well, there's one pub here where gamblers of all types gather. And we just went there a little while ago. Oh, you mean the bar that Jack's had? Yeah, that might be the one. From what I recall, the gambling matches in the book took place. They went onto a boat that was sailing, that was going down the river, and that's where the gambling matches took place. Whoa! It's more lively in here than I anticipated. The novel described it as being run down. Well, we still don't know if this is the pub that appears in the book. Hey, Yvette. And who's this fancy lady you've got with you? Oh, great timing. This woman asked us to bring her here. Apparently, one of her favorite novels takes place at a bar in the Eastern Quarter. So she wanted to check the place out. A novel? This may be a silly question, but are people allowed to gamble here? I normally don't partake in those kinds of activities, but I'd really like to give it a try. Well, you've come to the right place. A lot of people here are gambling aficionados. Since you're a beginner, though, you'll only be able to do low-stakes games. Is that okay? Yes, of course. If anything, I'd prefer that. Then I'll get the cards ready. Hey, Van, you're joining us. What? Hey, don't I get a say in this? I'll be cheering you on. This girl was the main character of those novels. The one that we're talking to. Show us what you've got. And then there's the infamous Jack. Why am I getting dragged into this? Quit whining. It's not like you were doing anything in particular. I'll let y'all pick the game. What do you all normally play? Poker, blackjack, and baccarat. Want to give them all a go? I'm fine with that. Okay then, for these games we'll do 10 mira per chip. Get ready, I'm about to crush you guys. Hopefully this will wake me up a little. And so, everyone played a variety of card games and gambled their hearts out. Since Jack and Hal went easy on Caroline, she had a good time. Phew, thank you both for indulging my request. I had so much fun. I better be careful or I may develop a gambling addiction. I felt like I was plopped right in the thick of that novel. I'm glad to hear it. We'd love to have you back anytime, except at night. Things can get a little rowdy around then. Alrighty, there any other places you want to go? I think I've seen everything I wanted to. Oh, wait, there's one more place I'd like to visit. Gotcha. Where do you want to go? I made an acupuncture reservation at a place here in the Eastern Quarter. Evidently, the treatment can improve blood flow. Oh, really? The only place around here that does those kinds of treatments is the Long Kai Clinic. Yes, that's where I made the reservation. It's not far from here. I'll show you where it is. Okay, lead the way, Van. This is Long Kai Clinic? Yes, it is. Are you ready to get your acupuncture treatment? Yes and no. I'll admit, I don't like the idea of having multiple needles stuck into my body. However, I dislike my stiff shoulders and back pain even more, so I'll endure it. This is pretty hardcore for a tourism activity. I respect you for trying it out. I kinda wanna give it a go too. It might be a great way to recover stamina on the battlefield. I don't think that would be very practical, Fairy. Now then, I believe this marks the end of my sightseeing journey. Thank you so much for showing me around. No prob. I hope you enjoy the rest of your trip. Phew. Never took on a request like that before, but I think we did a pretty good job. Van, I should thank you as well. You accepted her request in part so that Fairy and I could relax and enjoy some sightseeing too, right? Wait, really? Well, I guess I did have a ton of fun, and it didn't feel like work at all. Thanks, Van. You're such a nice boss. I only took the gig because it'd make us mirror. Don't get the wrong idea. So full of shit. Alright. I'm gonna work you twice as hard now. Back to intel gathering. Yes, sir. Okie dokie. Now that I'm all rested up, I'm ready to get back in the field.
依頼達成ですね。入金を確認したわ。楽しみね。
Alright. Back to Newtown. One more side
向
quest.
かいましょう。ジュースはいか。
Oh, when you were remarking about my number of saves earlier, you have to remember that my first playthrough of this game was 201 hours. Ah, no. I accidentally canceled. This one will be much shorter because I'm not talking to every single NPC every time new dialogue comes up for them. I'm now up to 215 hours, so.
いいですか。
Are you our client? You're Mr. Wang, right? Oh, hello there. So you're the Spriggan from the capital, eh? I'm in dire need of a trained martial artist, and I heard you would fit the bill. Although you're not quite what I had pictured in my head. I'm not a Spriggan, actually. That'd be me. I was a student of the Kunlun school. Ah, yes, that makes more sense. I feel like I've heard of Kunlun before. Well, that explains why Van moves so much like a martial artist. I knew he must have had some kind of combat training, but I didn't know what kind. And that's not the only kind of training I've gotten. In any case, I could tell you've had plenty of real-world experience. Even at this very moment, you aren't leaving any openings. You must have seen a great many battles. Whoa, you could tell all that just from a glance? Heavens no, I made that all up. Very funny. So, you want to give me the job details or what? Of course, of course. I'd like you to do some martial arts instruction in my stead. The moves will be simple enough, I promise. Could you help me out? Sure, I'm down. So, what kind of instruction do you do? I teach a hybrid style called Tai Shin, which I created. It combines 24 techniques from the 3 major schools of Eastern martial arts. What? You created a whole martial arts style? That's so cool. Oh, it's not that impressive. I just picked out a handful of simple techniques that are easy to learn. I only made it to teach self-defense to others and for exercise. I think that's very admirable of you. Hold on. Tai Shin's been around forever. I know for a fact that you didn't make it yourself. Stealing credit ain't cool. I suppose I can't pull the wool over a Kunlun student's eyes. Those unaccustomed to our ways are so easily deceived. He sure likes his tall tales, doesn't he? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay, back to business. Why do you need someone to fill in for you? Well, you see, I sort of threw out my back yesterday. I could walk around just fine, but doing any kind of sudden movement is a back-breaking endeavor. Get it? Back-breaking. Careful not to split your sides over your own jokes. I never thought a real martial artist could throw out their back. Don't you guys train your bodies daily? Alas, old age comes for us all, young lady. I hurt my back while on the waves. Huh? What were you doing on the waves? Are you kidding me? You were surfing? Of course. I hear all the youngins are doing it these days, and I'm always hipping with it. I was faced with the biggest wave of the year. My very life was in peril, but my surfer pride was on the line. Thus, I confronted it head on. I was locked in a fierce war of attrition, a battle of wills and wits between man and wave. Uh-huh. And I emerged triumphant. So to celebrate my hard-earned victory, I did a 360-degree spin in the air. You did what? In that moment, I saw the light. It felt like everything came into focus. Visions of my long life, the peaks, the valleys, and everything in between flooded my senses like a gushing waterfall. And after that, yes, I fell into the water and hurt my back. Sounds like your life flashed before your eyes. You're lucky you got back to the coast in one piece. Indeed, a boat just so happened to be passing by. And that's why I can't do any instruction today. I'm so sorry that all happened. Hope you get better soon, man. So, will you take my place? Like I said earlier, I'm down. I'm not a full-fledged master or anything, but I can handle some self-defense instructing. Fantastic. My lesson plan for today was 5 forms in total. 2 Kunlun forms, 2 Gekka forms, and 1 Taito form. Oh, well, I don't know jack about Gekka or Taito, so I'm not sure I can help you there. Then why don't you enlist the aid of the Bracer Guild? One of its members here is intimately familiar with the Gekka style. I'm sure she would be happy to help out. Then why'd you even bother asking for my help? Well, contract signed, so no backing out. Thank you very much.
任務開始ですね。
Oh, you're that Spriggan guy, aren't you? I see you've got some civilians with you. My name's Xiaoling. I'm from the Gekka school. Oh, right. That's the school Aaron's a part of. Yep, like Ashen said earlier, it's one of the big 3 martial arts schools in the East. And there's a lot of Gekka practitioners in Heiyue, too. Yeah, much to my chagrin. Members of our school are supposed to reject violence, not embrace it. It's one of the core principles of Gekka. That's why I have to set a good example. If a member of the head family indulges in violence, then others will follow suit. Oh, you're part of the school's head family? Must be hard to stand your ground on that when Hey Yue is always throwing its weight around. I think it's awesome that you're sticking to your guns. You're amazing. You really think so? Well, thank you. It's important to keep your feet planted in this city, especially when things are on edge. By the way, you got a sec? Sure, what's up? We're in the middle of a job right now, and we could use a hand. Gonna teach people some martial arts. Wanna join? What? Why would I help you with one of your requests? Wow, can't talk today. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. We need someone from the Gekka school, but if you're not feeling it, I'll just hit up some other contacts. Peace. Hey, wait. What do you mean by other contacts? Hey, Yue, duh. Most of them know Gekka skills like the back of their hands. The Gekka name is practically synonymous with Hey Yue these days. Bet people will be thrilled to learn from the real pros. Baiting her so hard. And you don't have to waste any of your precious time, so everyone's happy. Alrighty, catch you on the flip side. I'll do it. Huh? I said I'll do it. I'm going to help you whether you like it or not. Are you sure? Yes, I know that people associate Gekka with Hey Yue nowadays, but they don't follow the main school's teachings. I'm a student of the original school, so it's my duty to spread the true Gekka style across the world. Is that right? Well, glad to have you on board. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were leading me by the nose. You really know how to twist the knife, don't you? No idea what you're talking about. Huh? But Van doesn't use knives. That's just a figure of speech. Okay, let's meet up at the park. Yeah, got it. This girl, the one who keeps, like, not knowing sayings and stuff, she's, she grew up as a Jaeger, one of the mercenary groups. She's a child soldier. She doesn't know anything outside of her own village and fighting, so she's lacking a lot of worldly knowledge and common sense. Yo, we brought the Gekka Bracer girl like you asked. So, what do you need me to do? First, you will practice 5 forms in front of each other. You will show Van the Gekka forms, and he will show you the Kunlun forms. After that, you will both demonstrate them to my students. Got it. I can manage that, no problem. Same here. Okay then, these are the names of the forms. Gekka's Twin Crescent Strike and Swallow Stance. Kunlun's Crushing Fist and Rapid Chop. And Taito's Elbow Thrust. Wait, hang on. Neither of us know Taito, so who's going to show off that one? I think I can cover that. I've seen Zin use that technique multiple times. For real? You're a lifesaver. We'll be cheering you on. Good luck, you two. Alright then, shall we begin practice? Yes, let's. I'm ready as I'll ever be. Very well then. Twin Crescent Strike. Swallow Stance. Crushing Fist. Rapid Chop. Elbow Thrust. And that's it. Have you committed them to memory? Yeah, I've got them all down. Likewise. Excellent. Then let's put our practice into practice. Before long, the park was filled with scores of students, and the instructional class began in earnest. For today's lesson, we'll be learning 5 forms. I brought in 2 experts who will demonstrate them. I'll be watching everyone very carefully. Now then, begin. 3rd form, Twin Crescent Strike. 8th form, Crushing Fist. 10th form, Elbow Thrust. 15th form, Swallow Stance. 21st form, Rapid Chop. Well done. Thanks to you, today's class went off without a hitch. Young people these days sure are something else. So, what are you going to do about tomorrow? I expect my back should be fine by then, so I plan to teach the lesson tomorrow. Are you sure you'll be okay? I can help out again if need be. But I'm not sure if you need it, considering your age, you're in shockingly great shape. Your form is good too. Maybe even too good. I somehow doubt you're doing martial arts just to stay in good health. Well, I didn't expect to be found out after all these years. Allow me to let you in on a little-known secret. In my youth, I stole techniques from many schools and made them my own. I'm a warrior of darkness who's imbued his hands in the blood of the greatest masters in all of Zemuria. My true identity is Bloodstained Fist Wang. I've never heard that name before. Well, of course you haven't. I made it up. Huh? I'm quite good at coming up with cool nicknames on the spot, if I do say so myself. Bloodstained Fist Wang. Yes, it has a nice ring to it. I insist on being addressed as such from now on. No. Can't believe I was fooled by this old coot. He got me again. I can't believe it. This guy's a character. Sure you don't want to cut? The 50-50 offer's still on the table. I know, but I want you guys to have it all. I feel like I've already got my share anyway. This helped me discover a new way to spread the true Gekka throughout the world. And as a bonus, I got to learn about all of you guys. Huh? What did you learn about Fairy and me? A few things. The biggest one being that you're exactly as you look, a couple of good kids. Ah. As for you, Spriggan, I wrote you off as a shady person at first glance, which is part of why I was hesitant to work with you initially. But I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I could tell you're diligent and disciplined, given how polished your Kunlun forms were. I now understand why Zin trusts you so much. I think you got the wrong idea about me. I just had a good master who drilled those forms into me. Won't complain about you having a better impression of us, though. Let's just leave it at that then.
これで解決だ。よし、いい感じだ。
入金を確認したわ。
Alright. Oh, no wonder I never noticed it. That's something I missed in my first playthrough. It's an accessory that can only be bought here, and it's used to make a more powerful accessory later on. Now, time to continue the main story. Things get real messy real fast here, what I recall. So, this is the building Messeldam Trading Company owns. Or more accurately, that Almara owns. And it's right down the street from one of Heiyue's hotels, huh? That's very brazen of them. Do you think they're purposely trying to provoke Heiyue? That's definitely half of it, the other being a show of confidence. Doesn't seem like many folks come in and out of here. If I had to wager, they keep a skeleton crew here, and their main force is holed up elsewhere. Ah, so this is their fob? I can see the tactical advantage in that. Their... what now? Sometimes she can be so hard to follow. Something about this place rubs me the wrong way, but busting in there ain't really an option. We'll focus on other parts of town for now. Ah.
へえ、気づかれたかね。思った以上に鼻が利きそうだ。
報告の不確定要素、留意しておくとしよう。
That about does it. Might be time to go investigate that stall by the docks. September 20th, 4:30 p.m. Whoa, look at all these boats. Judging by their makes, I imagine this is a privately owned pier. Do you think we'll find the stall here? Probably. There's a big old Navy wharf on the east side of town. Rather than hang out there, shady folks tend to end up in places like this. Sometimes you'll even find folks peddling black market goods sourced straight from the Navy. I see. That kind of trading is possible here. I wonder if Heiyue has less oversight here as well. Maybe that means we'll find what we're looking for. Only one way to find out. I've got a hunch where the stall might be. We should go straight there. Sun's gonna go down soon. Come on down. I've got great stuff for great prices. What about you, my fine, hard-working friend? This pristine Orbital radio comes straight from the Navy and it's a real bargain. Maybe people would actually buy your junk if it didn't break after a couple of weeks. Hey now, sure some of my customers have been unlucky, but it's not like all my wares go bad. I mean, come on, just look at this thing. It's brand spanking new. Forget it already. Besides, the wife will have a conniption if I come home with your crap in hand. Hold on, at least take a look at all these rare items. Don't mind if I do. Well, finally a man with a discerning eye. What can I do for you today? As it happens, I've been browsing the stalls all over town, but they're all just selling the same old stuff you'd find anywhere. I was hoping to find something a bit more special, if you know what I mean. Oh, then you've come to the right place, my friend. My wares are the rarest of rare. You won't find variety like this anywhere else. So, what sort of items are you interested in? Seen anything that looks like this? Isn't that... This must be it. I think so too. You wouldn't happen to have one on hand, would you? Sorry, sir. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with whatever that is. Really? I'd heard a rumor that there was one at a stall around here. Well, about that. Please, if you know anything at all, please tell us. But miss, I have a connection to that item. It's precious to me. If you have any information at all, I'll make sure you're duly rewarded. Won't you please help us? She's really knocked him off guard. No kidding. Wasn't expecting her to bust out the puppy dog eyes, but whatever works, I guess. After hearing her cry for help, we couldn't leave her out to dry. We've been doing all we can to help get back what's rightfully hers. Hell, the little one here even flew in from the Central East to help investigate. Huh? That's right, Arusha teaches us to never ignore someone in need. Very. I don't know about you, but I'd feel like a real asshole if I sat by and did nothing knowing these kids are doing all they can. So, what do you say? Want to do a good deed in the name of the Heavenly Mother? There he goes again. Sheesh. Talk about laying it on thick. Fine, I'll tell you what I know. I had an item that looked just like that picture until just recently. The thing is, if I were you, I'd give up. But why? You must have sold it to someone else, right? Point us in their direction and we can haggle with them ourselves. If only it was that simple. You guys ever heard of the Messeldam Trading Company? Afraid not. I take it they're from the port city up north? Yeah, but if you ever meet someone saying they work for that company, haul ass in the opposite direction. A couple of weeks ago or so, a source of mine gave me the thing you're looking for and asked me to sell it off. Somehow, it caught the eye of some nasty folks who claimed to work for that company. Before I knew it, not only did they come after that device, but they made off with all my best stuff without paying a single mira. I tried to stop them, but they just beat the ever-loving crap out of me. The wounds still haven't fully healed. That's awful. I can't believe them. Guessing you can't take this case to the cops or the guild given the kind of stuff you sell here either. Even if you could, you wouldn't out of consideration for your source, am I right? You're a sharp one. They said to sell it off quietly for cheap and never speak a word of it ever again. But honest to Idios, that's all I know. There's clearly more to this than meets the eye. We'll have to leave it here for today. Huh? Is this a party or what? Real rude of you not to invite us, old man. It's them. If you value your lives, run. You're letting him go then? That means we're the ones they want. I was wondering how long it'd be till those employees came to greet us. So, this is the fixer poking around our business, huh? Didn't hear he had some sweet arm candy with him though, the lucky asshole. Ignoring the runt, I wouldn't mind taking Blondie for a spin if you know what I mean. The runt? Can I hurt them? Do what you want. Nothing too extreme though. Understood. I'm not sure about this. Got some fire in those eyes, shorty. I got a lot of steam to let off thanks to those local bastards. You're just the punching bag I've been looking for. 5 hostiles confirmed. Commencing dismemberment. Dismemberment is a definition of extreme.
遊んでやるよ。やってやるよ。楽しもうぜ。
まとめて蹴散らします。遅いです。燃え尽きろ。
ビビんなよ。
チャンスだ。
こいつは効くぜ。やろう。ビビンが行くぜ。
星の力よ、貫いて。
マジかよ。
This music is fantastic. I absolutely love it.
ガンガン行くぞ。
One of the best battle themes in the series.
見くびんな。
この調子でいきましょう。
ガンガン行くぞ。おまけだ。
Time for some Nice scenes. The hell? Even the chicks are strong. Can't afford to lose now. Quick, grab the blonde one as a hostage.
おいおい、まだこの町からケツまくって逃げてなかったのかよ。
この声はまさか。
Aaron Way.
あれは東方人街のアクタルか。来たか、派手にやれ。
あの人がアーロン・ウェイさん。
このタイミング狙ってやがったな。ここは一旦
ボケが逃げられるわけねえだろ。せいほん。ああ、待ってました。おお、さすがキリンジだぜ。ラシューの小覇王って名前も伊達じゃなさそうだな。
すごいですね。はい、それに速さも。
ああ、予想以上だな。
よう、あんたらがツァオに雇われたっつう連中だな。首都組んだりからコートへようこそと歓迎したいとこだが。両兵ってやつか。その年にしちゃやるじゃねえか。
More killer battle music.
だがすっ込んでなチビ。てめえじゃそのおっさんの足手まといだ。
誰がおっさんだ、誰が。確かにとんだ跳ねっ返りだな。よそ者に出張られて面白くねえってところか。
ピンポンピンポン。ヘイユエが様子見してんなら俺らがやるのが筋ってもんだろ。突っ込んでろやおっさん。この町の流儀がわからねえならな。
シャード展開。
がっかりさせんなよ。
Bring it on, kiddo.
しぶとい野郎だ。
ブーストゲージリミット解
おお、なんだこの勝負は。アーロンもだがよそ者もやるぞ。いいぞ、もっとやれ。すげえ、あの野郎。
Some more fantastic music
様子見
coming.
ならこのくらいで。邪魔すんなって。このおっさんの膝をつかせたらしまいにするからよ。
どうやって止めれば。ここまで白昼すると難しいかもです。
いい動きをしてやがんな。なら巻き取るか。
いい加減にしなさい。
たくお前かよ。
エレインさん、 遊撃士の。
ソードメイデン、あの有名な永久遊撃士の。どうしてここに。嘘だろ。マジかよ。
曲がりなりにも公共の場、死闘は禁じられています。そちらのあなたたちもこの上まだ暴れたりませんか。
クソがお綺麗な面して前にも地元のチームを一人で。
何が乙女だ。女ごときにこれ以上舐めたまね。覚えてろ。
噂のソードメイデン殿か。このおっさんはともかく連中については俺たちの問題だ。兵ゆえすら差し置いて遊撃士が首を突っ込むつもりかよ。
ええ、あなたたちが兵ゆえに属さぬ民間人なら支える小手の名にかけて。まあ先ほどの腕前を見る限り優先度は低そうですが。
So Aaron isn't actually a part of Heiyue yet. People just assume that he'll wind up joining them. And since he's still an ordinary citizen, she's saying it is her business to protect him being an ordinary citizen.
ならいい。尺だがあんたが格上なのは認めてやるよ。こっちもギルドと対立するつもりはねえ。余計な手出しさえしなければな。てめえらも同じで。俺たちの邪魔だけはすんじゃねえ。
Just stay out of our way.
せいぜいルー家の使いっ走りとしてぬりい人助けと観光だけして帰るんだな。
That kid's even more of a handful than I was expecting. Hello, Pot. I'm Kettle. Scratches his cheek. The way you broke up that fight was amazing. Sorry we ended up causing you trouble. Don't worry, it's all part of their job. As is making sure everyday people aren't dragged into dangerous situations. That smile. Oh. I hear ya, alright? Anyway, since we're here, why don't we go grab a bite? Elaine and Van are childhood friends, but Elaine is holding a grudge against Van right now for some stuff that happened in the past, which gets cleared up later on in this game. What a view! With a skyline like this, it's no wonder people call this the dazzling city. Definitely one of this place's best features. No disagreements here. Please, enjoy your meal. Well, ain't you the VIP? Not every day the head chef comes out to greet a guest themselves. I suppose. A while back, I helped this restaurant out of some trouble. They've been treating me like royalty ever since. It's been surprisingly convenient to come here since this establishment distances itself from Heiyue. Damn, I was just joking, but you really are Miss Popular. So not every business in Langport aligns with Heiyue then? Correct. There are many other companies investing in this city after all. People often use this restaurant as neutral ground to discuss business. Interestingly, the Eastern food served here is more akin to Longlai's cuisine than that of Langport. Eastern is a rather broad term, I suppose. So, let's shelve the table talk for now. We wouldn't want the food getting cold. Especially not a meal as lovely as this. Yay, time to dig in. It really is delicious, isn't it? Wouldn't shock me if the chef here trained out of the best in the biz back in Longline. Guess we should be thanking the famous Sword Maiden for the hookup. You could stop that anytime, thank you. Besides, I'm sure your client would be more than happy to prepare any reservation if you only asked. Perhaps a fine meal at the Kowloon Hotel's restaurant would do? Onto us already, huh? Doesn't quite sit well with me that you have connections like this. But given the fact that they'd never come to us, you are the right man for the job. Expectations ain't that high, really. We're just holding down the fort till Sao gets back. I assumed as much, though I'm not sure the White Orchid Dragon will be quite as successful securing the help he's after. While that person hasn't left it behind entirely, they seem hesitant to continue the family business of being an assassin. Damn, you know her? I could ask the same of you. This person they keep mentioning must be very well connected. Aren't you going to finish your food, Agnes? Of course. I just wanted to say that I'm glad you're here, Elaine. Not just because you saved us earlier, but for the peace of Langport in general. I appreciate the thought, but don't set your expectations too high. The government's tacitly given Heiyue complete freedom to run this city as they please. I could step in when the guild's code allows, but at the end of the day, the people of the Eastern Quarter are loyal to Heiyue. Our branch here in Langport serves as an implied deterrent, nothing more. I see. Yet Calvard's favorite racer made her way out here regardless. It's about Almara, yeah? Exactly. Ordinarily, the guild only intervenes when civilian well-being is directly threatened. There are cases where we can act preemptively, but people know where our line is and how to avoid crossing it. I've heard the warriors of my corps talk about that before. Conflicted as I am about a girl your age saying that, I'll put it aside for now. All was as usual until a few years ago when a new organization demonstrated a total disregard for that line. I'm sure you can guess who by now. Almara. Till recently, Heiyue was the undisputed leader of Calvar's criminal underbelly. Almara was just one of many mid-sized non-Eastern mafias. However, things began to change 8 years ago when their former leader, Enrique, made a critical mistake. I imagine you've heard all this in far greater detail from some of your friends, though. Bits and pieces, it's hearsay anyway. Almara's underboss at the time took it upon himself to purge Enrique and seize control of the organization. His name is Gerard Dantes. So that's what happened. Only ever heard his name, but the guy's gotta be pretty crazy, right? He's certainly proven himself capable. Almara's standing has skyrocketed in the years since he took control. His charisma is enough to bring even the most hardened criminals into his fold. And for as exceptionally strong as his sword arm is, it's his relentless devotion to his cause that's truly terrifying. Hold up, have you met this guy or something? I have. He didn't identify himself, and I couldn't quite see him because of his active camouflage. But I have no doubts that it was him. If I'd only been able to apprehend him then, I could have prevented all that Almara's done since. But I was utterly powerless against him. Even just thinking of that fight sends a chill down my spine. For real? I wish I was exaggerating. The guild and the police have been looking into Almara. I suspect Heiyue, the CID, and other organizations are likely doing the same. The CID being the Central Intelligence Division of Calvard. However, every attempt to probe Almara with undercover agents has ended in failure. Many bracers and police officers have lost their lives. Oh dear, that's not good. What we do know is that Melchior, the member you met, is not Almada's only executive. It's highly likely some are here in Langport as we speak. I know Van can handle himself, and I can very, very reluctantly accept that you probably can too, Fairy. But you're where I draw the line, Agnes. Dangerous hardly begins to describe the situation here. Tell me, why is a student at one of the country's most prestigious schools using her precious free time working for a fixer? I'm sorry. All I can say is that I have my reasons. My whole life, I've been shackled by circumstances out of my control and forced to give up on many things as a result. However, in meeting Van and Fairy and working together, it feels like my eyes have been opened to a whole new world. The more I see, the more I begin to understand what it is I really want out of my life, as well as the kind of person I aspire to be. While that wasn't my initial reason for working with Van, it's the main reason I'm still helping him. Ah. I'm still not convinced this is in your best interests, but it's clear I won't be able to talk you out of this. Alright, I'll leave you to your work for now. Please be extremely careful. That goes for you too, Fairy. Of course. You could count on me. Make sure you take the scary lady's words to heart now. Would you like to take this outside? Please spare me. My apologies for the delay. Here is your Sanbuzan. Oh, hell yeah! He likes his dessert. What a vibrant yellow. I don't think I've ever seen a custard with quite this shape and color before. Look at it wobble around. That looks like it would be hard to eat with chopsticks. What a strange texture. It's the perfect level of sweetness. A dessert so slick it'll slip and slide against the plate, your chopsticks, and even the inside of your mouth. The unique mouthfeel paired with its gentle and subtle flavors is sublime, revolutionary even. In fact, it's a bigger game changer than the Democratic Revolution. I know, right? I've been meaning to ask, has he always been like this? He never did this when we were kids. After finishing their meal and parting ways with Elaine, they returned to the eastern quarter by bus. It was still early, but feeling tired from their first day of work, the group chose to return to the hotel. Yeah, not a problem. Be there in a sec. That is the Genesis in her bag.
フラッシュ。俺の勝ちだな。
Ah, was feeling lucky tonight too.
さすが絡めてで食い下がりやがったが、最後のオールインは勝負を焦りすぎたな。これで今回の情報量はダブル。いいぞ。
Yeah, whatever. Your booze fund was looking pretty dry anyway. By the way, I heard Elaine's in town. Oh, right. Forgot you knew her. Yeah, just got here this evening. What's with the creepy laugh? Ain't it tough being so popular? Everywhere you turn, there's another girl vying for your attention. You have too much to drink, bud? Like you've got any right to talk when we all know your old pal is... Nope, we're done talking about this.
何の話？
しゃしゃ。男の話に首を突っ込むんじゃねえ。夜のお楽しみ情報だ。
これだから男ってのは。
She's blushing. He knows just how to get rid of her.
バカ。
Anyway, what I've got for you is way heavier than the stuff you were working on this afternoon. Doubt Blondie and the kid are ready for it, to be honest. Why do you think I came alone? Recently, a pair of cheating pros have been going around making a mess of Langport's gambling scene. Normally, it'd be my job to do something about it, but there are rumors that A is backing them. It'd be a huge help if you investigated them in my stead. If things go well, I'll deduct your info fee in addition to giving you a reward. Talk to Poussin for the deets. Jack. Con artists working with A, huh? Yeah, that's a mess, alright. Well, see you around. You going alone? That's the plan. I know you're tough and all, but wandering around this town late at night by your lonesome ain't the brightest idea. Now, don't bite my head off. Why not ask Elaine to come along? Like I've got any right to do that. I can handle this myself. I got the best nose in the biz, you know? Don't work that sniffer too hard, you hear? Back on the clock, eh? You certainly are a hard worker. Yeah, well, this request came from Jack, and I don't mind hustling for him. I respect that. If you'd like, I can help you along, since I know a little of the cheating duo. I believe their names were Samson and Ricci. I hadn't seen them around these parts before last week, but they certainly made an impression. As soon as they walked through my doors, they challenged Hal to a round of gambling. It was a close match, but she lost. They beat Hal? Wow. Those guys must have been pros. I'm not so sure. Had Hal been serious from the start, things would have ended very differently. However, those swindlers pretended to be rookies when they approached her. A loss is a loss, though. Hal blames herself for underestimating their abilities. So they pulled one over on her, huh? Didn't the same thing happen to one of Jack's old buddies? Oh, you heard about that, did you? You're well researched. The person in question is very much ashamed about that. And so is Hal, for that matter. She's really beating herself up over this. I get why. Her pride's been wounded. Anyhow, Samson and Ricci showed their true colors after the match. As I recall, the two of them ran around yelling, "We kicked Hal's ass," and "I bet Jack's too scared to take us on." I heard they've been repeating that ad nauseum in the other gambling joints around Langport. That's about all I know on my end. I don't have anything on A, sorry to say. Don't be sorry, you've already been a huge help. I could get the rest of what I need on my own. Jack and Hal's reputations are on the line, so I'll get this settled on the double. I appreciate that. Best of luck, Van. Thanks. I need to find the people who are in the know about Langport's underground scene and question them. Guess I could check out Dr. Longkai's place first since it's nearby. I overheard your conversation, so you know that I lost then. Well, yeah. This is so humiliating. I'm Jack's partner, so I can't lose face like this. I swear, I'll get them next time. I won't go down without a fight. Yeah, I know you'll kick their asses into next week. You've got this. Thanks. Though, I know I may not get the chance. Earlier, Jack said, "I'm gonna take off soon, so I could drink the night away." But I'm guessing he's going out to confront them with you, right? Since A's involved, you gotta understand where he's coming from. Sure, but he doesn't have to be such a worrywart. He should know I could take care of myself. But fine, I won't be selfish. Sorry for getting you wrapped up in my mess. Hey, don't apologize. You didn't do nothing. And I believe that necklace that she's got around her neck there, the one hanging down her chest, is a memento of her father. You wish to know about Samson and Ricci? I've been hearing those names a lot as of late. Didn't you have a match with them recently, Shenli? Yeah, I dabble in gambling every now and then. They challenged me to a match, and I couldn't very well say no. Gotcha. How'd it go? Not great. I heard about their match against Hal beforehand. I thought they must have used some underhanded methods to beat her. But I was wrong. They were the real deal. As far as I could tell, they were both just as good as Hal. That's impressive. Well, there goes my plan to take them on by myself. Yeah, chances are you'd get demolished. And if you think you can get rough with them, forget it. They've always got bodyguards with them. If you're going to take them on, you'll need a plan. And a damn good one, too. Don't do anything stupid, Arkride. I know. Thanks, you two. Okay, I think I'll talk to Jigen next. He's another acquaintance who likes gambling. Maybe he'll know something about all this. I will be right back. Just going to run to the bathroom, grab a drink. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking coming up here. Oh, hey, look at that. I remembered to remove my BRB sign this time. Shocking, I know. Alright. Samson and Ricci? Yeah, I remember him. They challenged me to a few rounds of cards. Didn't go so well for me. Those bastards made out like a bandit. Sorry to hear. You knew those guys were cheaters, right? Why'd you take the bait? I enjoy playing with a handicap. Living on the edge is the best way to live. Sadly, I missed my chance to back out and I paid the price for it. Now I'm stuck drinking cheap booze for the next half year. Better not go blabbing to my wife about any of this, you hear me? Don't worry, I ain't a snitch. Wish we could mop up these assholes though. They're raking in the cash at everyone's expense. Any idea who else got scammed by the double-dealing duo? I hear one of Aaron's buds got done in pretty bad. Don't know the kid's name, but he apparently got burned big time. Word on the street is he's hatching a revenge scheme. Good to know. Thanks, man. I owe you one. Heh. Buy me some grade A booze and we'll call it even. So, a friend of that brat is a victim in all this too. They might have some info on the cheaters. I know we got off on the wrong foot, but if we're talking payback, maybe he'd be willing to help.
Speak
of the devil. I got a feeling you're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. This is usually the point where I tell you to hightail it out of my town. But after what happened at the docks, I'll admit you've piqued my curiosity. I want to learn more about how you do things, so I'll be keeping you company for a while. And just so we're clear, I'm not taking no for an answer. So that's how you want to play it, huh? Actually, this works out perfectly for me. Fine, but on one condition. I want to question one of your pals. Van told Aaron about the cheaters. You're chasing those ass clowns? And that's all the more reason for me to join up with you. Thanks to them, Sid's broke as hell. No one, and I mean no one, messes with my bros. I am so down to get some payback. Let's go. Hold your horses, my dude. We're not rushing into this. I'm still sniffing for information on those guys. You know anything about them? I got nothing. But Sid might know a thing or two. He's probably hanging around at the front of the Eastern Theater. Let's go talk with him. Hey, slow down a little, will you? Now, can I? Yes, I can fool around his equipment, so I'm going to do that. Give him all of his end game stuff. I have to quick screenshots of the way that I had him equipped, so I'm just going to check those. So that I don't spend a year and a half figuring it out again. Grand totals. Orbment.
メンテナンスモードに移行したぜ。スキルが更新されたぜ。
Mute.
属性専用スロットだ。
Patron.
新しいシャードスキルだな。
Freeze.
スキルが更新されたぜ。
Rot.
スキルが更新されたぜ。 スキル
Fence.
が更新されたぜ。
Action.
スキルが属性専用スロットだ。
Break.
新しいシャードスキルだな。
Attack. Evade.
スキルが更新されたぜ。
Cast.
スキルが更新されたぜ。
Strike.
スキルが更新されたぜ。
Fear.
スキルが更新されたぜ。
P.
新しい属性専用スロットだ。
Sprite.
新しいシャードスキルだな。
And seal. Alright. Oh, great.
?喧嘩してきたんだって。怪我だけは気をつけなさいよ。
心配かけたなばあちゃん。
アーロン、この間は助かったぞ。
あとは自分で何とかしろよ、おやっさ。
お前がいると動きづれえな。
なんなら女装でもするかよ。
Yo, what's up, Aaron? What you doing with that handyman bastard? We were all just talking about grabbing a bite to eat. Want to ditch this loser and hang with us? Pass. I want to keep an eye on the old fart while he's doing his job. Might learn a thing or two. I getcha, I getcha. Recon's important and all. I'll keep that in mind while I'm guiding people around. Well, good luck with your mission, Aaron. Catch you later. Wish you could have joined us, though. Tell you what, the old fart's probably gonna wrap up soon, so I'll join up with you guys after that. I think an all-out celebration's in order after we kick the crap out of those outsiders. When I get there, let's call over some hot chicks and chill. You better stop calling me old fart, you little bastard. Hell yeah, tonight's gonna be wild. I'm excited to hear all the funny stories about the handyman.
聞かせてもらうぜ。
You want to know about Samson and Ricci? Those guys are a couple of shithead cheaters. I lost to them big time. But that's how the ball bounces, I guess. Cheating's only cheating if you get caught in the act. It's on me for losing. But there's something they did that got me pretty upset. What did they do? Did they do you dirty? Tell me. I'll avenge you if they did. Thanks, Aaron. I'm not mad about anything they did in the match. I'm upset they broke a promise they made. Before the match, they said that if I went broke and couldn't cover my losses, they'd only make me pay what I had on me. Then after I lost, they did a heel turn and said I had to give them everything I had and then some. And they told me if I couldn't fork over the cash, they'd put me to work at the Messeldam Trading Company. What? Are you freaking kidding me? So that's where Almada comes into the picture. After that, I called up Sei and Huang and borrowed the mirror I needed from them. They came in clutch for me. If I wasn't broke out of my ass, I'd bet money that there are others who got suckered by those sniveling bastards. I'm gonna murder those assholes. Any idea where they're holed up? I think they said they were staying at the Kowloon Hotel. They told me to head there if I wanted some revenge. Oh, I'll be getting some revenge, alright. But instead of dealing out cards, we'll be dealing out ass-kickings. Yeah, not happening. You're supposed to be watching me do my thing. So quit trying to call the shots. That's my job. Fine, fine. You better hurry the hell up, though. If you start taking your sweet-ass time, I'm bailing. Got it? Sure, do whatever you want, bud. Anyway, we still don't know enough about these guys. I'm gonna head to Newtown to do some snooping around. You coming with? Sure, whatever. So, where are we headed? To the Kowloon Hotel. I want to ask the receptionist there some questions. I should be able to get plenty of info out of them since Hey Yue is my client. I'm sure they want this Almada mess cleaned up nice and quick. They're probably kicking themselves for letting the Mafia in the door. It's their fault for underestimating outsiders. So, we've got them to deal with as well as those cheaters. If they really are doing illegal gambling, then we may need some backup. I might call up a couple of experts I know. What kind of experts we talking about? You'll find out soon enough. Doesn't seem like they're making any moves. Pardon? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no need to be coy. We already know that you're keeping an eye on the Messeldam Trading Company. I could tell you're from around here, so I've got a pretty good guess as to what your real job is. I could reveal it myself. But I'll let my buddy here do the honors. Are you seriously testing me? Screw off. Fine, I'll play along. I've seen this guy around town a few times now that I think about it. He's most likely a... Racers don't do stakeouts, and he would know Hey Yue, so it's gotta be a police officer. Given that you're doing a stakeout of this place, I'd guess that you're either a cop or a detective. And here, I thought the Langport police were all useless, but you're out here trying to beat the stereotype. Hats off to you. Shh, keep your voices down. If you wish to talk, follow me. Not bad, kid. Don't patronize me, asshole. So, what can I do for the famous Langport prodigy and the Spriggan? Did you say you wanted information on the cheating duo? Yeah, all we know is that they're connected to A. Got anything else for us? I do. Our primary target is A, so I don't mind divulging this information. They aren't official members of A. The two of them and the part-time gangsters have only just been hired. Samson and Ricci have made a splash in the gambling scene. They caused quite a stir back in Messeldam. Unfortunately for them, they pressed their luck. They set their sights on swindling A out of their money, and they paid the price for it. They were collared and put on tight leashes. The two were given Jaeger dropout bodyguards, but otherwise, they're being treated like dogs. To A, they are on the same level as the part-time gangsters. Well, ain't that convenient? So in other words, they're expendable, which means we can bring them down without fear of retaliation. Huh? What are you two plotting? Nothing. He's just messing with you. we're gonna resolve this nice and peacefully. Yeah, what he said. Thanks for the info. Right. Anyway, just stay out of our way from here on. Fucking Aaron gives him a wink. Wrong building.
Ch2
Welcome, Mr. Arcade. Oh, and I see Aaron is accompanying you as well. How may I help you two gentlemen this evening? We got a few questions for Heiyue. We're trying to find those damn cheaters. You know anything about them? Oh, we're actually in the middle of investigating that matter as we speak. We've uncovered a few things, including the fact that the cheaters are linked to A. I also know about the incident involving your friend. It's a good thing he avoided the worst case scenario. Had he not been able to pay up, he would have been handed over to A. That's about all we know at present. Sounds like their info lines up with Sid's. I gotta make those cheating bastards pay. Though I wouldn't have to if Heiyue would step in, but they seem content with letting them roam freely. If you're fine leaking us info, then I'm gonna assume Heiyue is cool with us tackling this issue however we want. Yes, you may deal with them as you see fit. Those two aren't official agents of A, so they are of little concern to us. Really now. At present, they're relaxing in their room. Would you like me to relay a message to them? Not right now.
ひとまず情報はこんなもんだろう。
早速締めに行くかよ。
まあ待て。一度公園あたりで整理するぞ。
外の君、パスタはどうだい?
So, what's the plan? We gonna bust into their hotel room and rip them a new asshole? You wish. That'd just leave a big old mess for Heiyue to clean up, and I'd rather not be indebted to Heiyue. It'd also make it harder for me to move around freely. I got a better idea. Instead of fighting with fists, I say we fight with cards. You wanna gamble with them? That's right. You never struck me as a high-rolling type. I considered that option too, but I tossed the idea when I realized Sid and I wouldn't stand a chance. You confident in your card-playing skills? More or less. Although I'm probably not as self-assured as you. Jack told me you normally win 1 in every 3 games against him. That's no small feat. But what if I told you I win 2 in every 5 games against him? Oh? You think you're better than me, huh? Who's calling who self-assured? I'm just speaking objectively here. I can hold my own in a round of cards. That said, our opponents are at least as good as Hal. If we challenge them by ourselves, the deck will be stacked against us. So I say, we up the odds by stacking our own deck with a couple of aces. Or more specifically, a Jack and a Hal. You're the man with the plan. I'm surprised at how calm you are about all this. Right back at you. I had you pegged as a dumb, reckless brat who ran headlong into danger. But tonight's taught me you could think things through. I've got brains and brawn. I'm the whole package. Don't blame you for thinking of me that way, though. I know I get into a lot of fights, but I really don't enjoy pointless conflict. The people in the Eastern Quarter are the closest thing I have to a family. You don't have any relatives? Nah, my mom died when I was a kid. So the people in town took me in and treated me like one of their own. Even Heiyue's had my back over the years. That used to be true of Lao Yeye too, but he's been distancing himself from me lately. Anyway, I'm just trying to do what I can for the people here. I won't let anyone tie me down, though. I've always done whatever the hell I wanted, and that's not going to change. Is that right? Wait, why the hell am I spilling my guts to you? Can we go back to talking about the plan now? Sure thing. As far as I could tell, Samson and Ricci are genuine gamblers. They might be cheaters, but their skills are legit. I'd bet they're on another level from us. Probably fancy themselves as being on the same plane as Jack and Hal. And they want everyone else to think so too, which is why they challenged Hal. But they steered clear of Jack so far. Which is fair. Jack's basically a living legend amongst gamblers. You gotta be on your A game and have all the luck in the world to take him down. Exactly. Even if you're a cheating bastard, winning won't come easy against him. So we're gonna make the idea of challenging him less intimidating. Any guesses as to what I have in mind? We gonna bait them with something? Oh, I get it. We're the bait. Bingo. Now let's go get Jack and Hal on board. Huh? What's Elaine doing here? Oh, right. Probably on patrol because of all this Armada business. Is there any reason why you stopped? Shh. Quiet. Huh? Why? Oh, it's that sword maiden chick. Imagine calling yourself that. Couldn't be me. Try saying that in front of her. Guarantee you'll have a sword at your throat. She's that touchy about it? Anyway, just shut up. I don't want to get caught. Aw, you shy? No, you idiot. It's just gonna be a pain in the ass if she spots us. Do you really want the guild poking their head into your business? Point taken. Oh, she's leaving. So, you two know each other or something? Thanks to work, yeah. I try to avoid her most of the time, but I haven't been able to do that lately. Uh-huh. Alrighty, let's get back to the investigation.
Sa, 出発せんぞ。
酒だけが楽しみじゃからな。
Hey, I've got some news on the investigation. Been a while, you two. Sorry to interrupt. Whoa, didn't expect to see both of you together like this. An unusual combo, to be sure. Gotcha. I think we finally got a good handle on the situation. It's pretty much exactly as we imagined. Those who can't pay up are forced to do grunt work for Armada. These guys are the scum of the earth. Can't let them get away with this. So, what do you think about my plan? It's not a bad one. If you join up with me while Aaron pairs up with Hal, they might accept our challenge. They'd piss themselves if they had to face both you and Hal. But we might get them to bite if you two are teaming up with a couple of fresh faces. Remember, the two of us still have to pull our own weight. We can't expect Jack and Hal to carry our asses. You'll be fine. I know full well you're no amateurs, so I'm confident you'll do great out there. I think this is a solid plan. Don't you think so too, Jack? Yeah, of course. But before we go charging in, I want you guys to memorize some signs. So we're cheating the cheaters, huh? I don't mind fighting fire with fire. Does that mean we're cool with passing cards to each other under the table? Let's not go overboard. Then again, I'm sure our opponents will be doing that some too. Oh yeah, I should mention that you and I will have a different set of signs from Jack and Van. We don't got much time, so let's get right into it. When I put my right hand over my face, I need you to discard the king. You'll do that when we're changing cards. If I rest my chin on both hands, that's your cue to discard the queen. And if I scratch my head, I want you to discard the jack. Those are the 3 signs I'll use when I'm aiming for 4 of a kind. So I'll be counting on you to get those cards in my hand. However, if you're 1 card away from a straight flush, then toss out any cards you don't need. When you do that, I'll be sure to get you the card that'll lead us to victory. Got it. Alright, one more thing. If I cough, I want you to drop out of the match. I'll only use this sign if I think our opponents have a better hand than us. Always good to know when to quit. And that's about it. Got it memorized? Yep, I've committed it all to memory. Same for me. Sounds like we're all ready. Then all that's left is to call them up. But remember, we'll have to head straight there once we do. Let me know when you're ready to go. All done with your nighttime stroll? Then what are we waiting for? Let's challenge Samson and Richie. Alrighty then, time to bring the fight to them. I'll contact them now. Jack got in touch with Samson and Richie at the Kowloon Hotel and challenged them to a match. The duo were more than happy to accept on one condition. They wanted to determine where the match would be held. Van, Aaron, Jack, and Hal all agreed, and thus they made their way to their suite in the Kowloon Hotel. Well, well, it's the man, the myth, the legend in the flesh. We meet at long last, Jack. So good of you to come out here to play. And he brought King's adorable little daughter with him. It's been what, a week since we last saw each other? Ready to get your butt whooped again? I'll be doing the butt whooping this time. Don't let them rile you up, Hal. A gambler's always got to keep their poker face up. I know. I take it Jack told you about us over the phone? Mind going easy on us? We're just a couple of newbies. Ah, so you're the Prodigy and the Spriggan. We never heard of you back in Messeldam. If you're only rookies, then you made a big mistake coming here. You just dropped into the Lion's Den and we're gonna tear you limb from limb. Ooh, I'm shaking in my boots here. Bet you guys are all bark and no bite. Alright, that's enough trash talk. We don't have all day. Let's get this game on the road. Alright then, let's play. Can't wait to finally dethrone the king of gambling. Your lucky streak's about to come to an end, Jack. We'll be playing poker in pairs of 2, as we agreed. No peeking at your partner's hands, though. At the end of the game, we'll tally up the chips and the team with the most will be declared the winner. Sound good? Works for me. So, who's dealing? Your bodyguards? I'll be watching them like a hawk. If I spot them cheating in any way, it'll be your loss. Fine by me. These guys know next to nothing about gambling anyway. They're just a couple of bodyguards we hired through the Messeldam Trading Company. This is a battle between warriors who've honed their craft to an art. We're not gonna cheat. The victory won't feel earned if we do. Huh. And here I thought you had no pride, but now I see it's just fickle. We'll see if they stick to their word. Samson and Ricci aren't full of hot air after all. And no pushovers, that's for sure. It's been a close game so far. I think our boys will pull through though. The old fart's putting up a good fight. Yeah, he's doing great. Had to pull a few tricks out of my hat to get this full house. This is a slam dunk. Sorry about that. Is it just me or is the air dry in here? Yeah, a little. Jack's giving me one of his signals. What should I do? Fold. Coughing is a sign for folding. Can't imagine I'd lose with this hand. But I need to put my trust into Jack. Fold. I'm out this round. Damn, wasn't expecting you to fold. You're just full of surprises, aren't you, Spriggan? Oof, dodged a bullet there. Good call, Van. Just had a gut feeling. Thanks for the save, Jack. Nice going. It's always good to know when to pull back. The heated battle raged on, both sides unrelenting as the tide shifted back and forth. Eventually, it all came to a head where folding would spell certain defeat, and the victor would lay claim to every chip on the table. Okay, I've got the cards for a straight. Well, frick. I got bad cards. Tonight just ain't my night. Put yourself together, man. I need you to have your head in the game. You aren't fooling anyone, you know? We know you're up to something. He's putting his right hand on his face. That's another one of Jack's signs. I gotta discard one of my cards, but which one? The hand on the face is the discard the king, but he told us that if we were close to a straight flush, to discard whatever card we needed for it. And right now we have a straight with 4 suits, or 4 of one suit, king, queen, Jack, no, king, queen, ace, and a 10 of one suit, and the Jack is the only one that's not the right suit, so. Jack wants me to discard the king. He must be aiming for a 4 of a kind with kings. Although, he did tell me to aim for a straight flush if it's within reach. Guess I'll discard the Jack then. Alright, swapping a card. That's Jack for you. Always well prepared. Straight flush of hearts. Well, how about that? What? I lost with 4 aces? Shit, we underestimated you. And that cost you the game. You didn't do half bad. Van and Jack make a great team. I'm almost jealous. You guys are down 500,000 Mira. Want to keep going? Of course we will. We're not going to back down after a loss like that. We're done with you though, Jack. I want to play Hal and the red-headed guy. We're going to squeeze him dry. Yes, eat that. So what was that about squeezing us dry? This is humiliating. It's one thing to lose to Jack, but getting our shit kicked in by these nobodies is just plain embarrassing. You expended all of your luck in your match with Jack and Van. And now you're down 1 million Mira. Time to pay up. Guess we have no other recourse. Except to run away. Let's scram. Hal, get down. Damn, flash grenade. Cowards. We can't let them get away. Then let's go after them. You two handle things here. You got it. Good luck. Did you seriously follow us all the way out here? Bad move. You just signed your own death warrants. Pretty full of themselves, huh? And I love that battle music so much. Please, just let us go. We don't have any money. The Mafia took every last Mira we saved up. Almada beat you guys to the punch there. Well, lucky for you, we don't care about the money. Fess up, you've been handing the people you beat to the Mafia, right? Well, we were just following orders. Yeah, we had no choice. It was us or them. I don't want to hear your pathetic excuses. Save your breath. At this point, we should just give them over to the right people. No point getting rough with them. They ain't worth it. Can't be serious. Fine, I guess you're right. So who are you handing them over to? Well, if we really want them to pay for what they've done, then Heiyue is our best option. Yeah, they won't show them any mercy. Especially since Easterners were among their victims. The severity of the punishment might change depending on how many of them were caught up in their scheme. Either way, they'll get punished a hell of a lot more harshly than if we gave them over to the guild or the cops. That good with you? You aren't going to hear any objections from me. Want to go ahead and get in touch with them? Yeah, the Kowloon Hotel receptionist can help us there. Van contacted Heiyue and gave Samson and Richie over to them.
これで幕引きだ。はあ、上出来だ。
入金を確認したわ。
Chaos. Let chaos take the world. Well, wasn't as smooth as I'd hoped, but what's done is done. Say, you know if there are any public baths around here? Even better if they got a sauna. Old Man Wang's got one just down the way. Don't tell me you're aching after one little scuffle. You gotta work on your stamina, man. I could stay up for 3 nights straight with energy to spare. Spoken like a true teenager. Stay jealous. I know. You should go for a massage instead. Oh, wait. That'd put an old fart like you out of commission for a few days at least. Dude, I ain't old. Sheesh. Don't know if I could put up with you if you weren't handy in a fight. Say, you're doing theater and what? Is the plan to just join up with Heiyue at some point? What? I hit a nerve? Why do you care what I'm doing with my life? No reason in particular. All I am is an outsider who floats into town from time to time. There are some things you can only really tell a person like me that ain't got a stake in your life. Not gonna force you or anything, mind. This place is special to me. I get to mess around with my friends, go up on the big stage. I've also got a bunch of memories of being with Mom here. Sure, Hey Yue does stuff that ticks me off, but I still go way back with Ashin and her family. Oh, there's Sao Li. Ashin when she was a little girl. Though me and Lao Yeye aren't really close these days. Sao's a shady son of a bitch, but it's obvious that he's sharp as a tack. Smart people like him can move up in Hey Yue. It's not a bad idea for me to join up and see how I do. I just have doubts sometimes. You suddenly find yourself wondering if you really belong here, if you have the right to have a life this nice. A little self-doubt growing up's totally normal. It happens to everyone. But I get the feeling you're kinda like me. You love someone or something so much, you have to let them go. Yet you don't have the heart to tell them that. Damn. Lay off the romance movies, old man. All that sentimental crap sounds ridiculous coming out of your ugly mug. Leave my face out of this. Anyway, take it from me. You can make a home for yourself anywhere you want. Could be some far-off land, or maybe you go on a long journey and then journey to end up right back where you started. Point is, you have to decide that yourself. How about that?
てめえとは一里樹たりとも被ってるわけじゃねえが、たまにふと暗い穴がぷっかりとすぐ足元に開いてる気分になることがある。根拠があるわけでもねえ。ただの気の迷いか疲れなんだろうが、そんな時ダチどもやアシェンたちの顔、街の賑やかな明かりも霞んで見えて、ヘドが出るような気分になっちまう。
Ah. You really love this place, don't you? So much that doubting your love for even a second makes you hate yourself.
ああ、悪いかよ。だからこそ許せねえ。半グレどもも、アルマータってのも。悠長に生還してやがるヘイユエの連中も。俺は俺自身に証明する。ダチと共にこの町を守ることによって俺がこの町にいてもいいんだって、みんなと一緒でもいいんだって。その意味じゃギルドと同じくてめえらも邪魔だ。改めて実力は見させてもらったし、正直なかなか面白そうな仕事だぜ。だがそれとこれとは話が別だ。やっぱり引いてもらおうか。
I respect the hustle, kid. But aren't you jumping the gun a little?
Huh?
I get it. You're a bit leery of us because we're working for Sal. Thing is, I'll work for just about anyone if the job's right and the Mira's there. But as you've seen, when I work, I do things my way. So don't go lumping me in with those sticks in the mud over at the guild.
そいつは
バンさん、見つけました。
The hell are you all doing here?
見つかっちまったな、おっさん。夜遊びがバレた亭主の気分かよ。
Can it already?
ハルさんたちから話を聞いて、もう心配したんですから。そうです。ってあなたは。
Chill, I can explain. But first, Elaine, what are you doing here?
夜の巡回に出ようとしたところでたまたま会っただけなのだけど。それにしても仲良くなったわね、 夜遊びで意気投合したのかしら。
The look on her face. Huh? And the way Agnes is blushing, she gets the implication that Elaine is throwing out there. Oh, is this an adult thing? Of course not. Nah, tell them it was a hot night in Langport. We were just getting busy with a real babe. My man here really knows how to pick 'em. Come on! Why don't you tell us more about this babe? What does he mean by busy? Well, then. That's my cue to exit stage left. Don't forget what I told you earlier, okay? Keep out of my way and... Huh? Why is your bag glowing? The hell? Shit. Look. What in the world? The fog's rolled in. I got a bad feeling about this. I don't get what's going on, but I'm not gonna wait around to find out. Aaron? Wait, it's too dangerous. Bah, we're going after him. Right.
何これ。
よくわからんがヤバそうだな。店に入っとけ。
皆無？でもそんな季節じゃ。
ああ、しかも濃さが尋常ではない。各家に連絡を。2番3番街にも人を出せ。
はっ。40年ぶりか。
いえいえ。
父上、それは一体。
お前はまだ幼かったからな。教師どもを集めよ。守りを固めるぞ。
早く家や店の中に入れ。
危険だから今夜はもう外出しないでくれ。
アーロンはどうしたんだ。早く合流しねえと。あのよそ者を見張って新市街に行ったみてえだが。だがこんな霧今まで一度も。
おい、嘘だろ。しっかりしろ。
てめえら。
ジャストタイミングじゃねえか。探す手間も省けたぜ。連中のオーダー通り全員血祭りにあげんぞ。
せいほんくそが
人形兵器だと。
片付けましょう。すごい見事な連携です。
まだ来るぞ。
数が多い。連携するわよ。こんな街中で撃破します。すごいですね。気をつけなさい。失礼します。私が相手です。 遅い。正気。電気解放。まとめていくわ。
Are you kidding me?
全力で行きましょう。やあ。
チャンスだ。崩せるかよ。
好きにはさせません。防御します。好きにはさせ
My
ません。
characters are too
防御します。
チャンスだ。させる。
fast.
崩せるかよ。続けエレイン。
まとめていくわ。電気解放。
頼んだ。
遅い。セッカッローエングリン。アニエスさん。おまけです。ベリちゃん防御します。
チャンスだ。させる。崩せるかよ。そこだ。フェリー。
防御します。バーサ
させる。崩せるかよ。させるかよ。
I didn't realize the lane was that slow.
ー望むところです。防御します。
Is
ア
this
ニエ
because
ス
their
さん
equipment's
チャンスだ。
not up to stuff or what?
崩せるかよ。そこだ。フェリー。
防御します。チャンスです。ガードします。エレインさん。輝ける翼よ。はあ。ナイツ・オブ・アステリア。
Haven't seen that animation in a while.
どきやがれ。待ってろよお前ら。今火星に。
今のが最後です。霧の中にまだ潜んでいたりは。
その心配はなさそうだ。
晴れるさ。
今のは十数名が聖域を離脱していきます。
とにかく急ぐぞ。
これって戦場でもこんな。
お前らは下がってろ。
バン、手伝って。
ああ、無駄そうだがだ。
許さねえ。許さねえ。許さねえ。許さねえ。許さねえ。許さねえ。絶対に許さねえぞ。
The next morning, September 21st, 12:08, 8:12 a.m.
改めてになるが名乗っておこう。義援ルーというものだ。
Lu. Blue? Then that makes you I figured there was more going on with you, but I wouldn't have guessed that you were that important. Can't believe an elder from Hey Yue waxed my ride. Wait. Oh, it is the same guy.
まだまだ青いな、バントやら。
Weird hearing that from you, but I take it you didn't invite us just for that big reveal.
無論、昨べのことについてだ。長老会の決定を伝えよう。今日のうちにヘイユエが動くつもりはない。
Even after that bloodbath?
父上、本当にそれでよろしいのでしょうか。
もろもろの準備が整うのは明日だ。それまでの手出しは許さん。今日は守りに入り、明朝サオが戻った時点で全てを片付ける。因が来るかはもはやどうでもいい。
でも納得できないわ。町のみんなもそうだけど、このままアーロンが黙ってるわけない。あれからどこかに行っちゃったし、下手したら一人で敵陣に突っ込みかねないわ。イエイエやパパは彼を見捨てるつもりなの？
無論そのつもりはない。だが難しい状況なのも確かだ。これだけの仕掛け、私たちの報復を彼らは当然予測していることになる。
I get what you mean. They must have an idea of what that retribution will look like and a way to counter it. Yeah, I've seen traps like these before. I see there's no need for me to explain further. However, I must append one note, a warning. Leave this city by dawn tomorrow. So that's when you're setting loose your shadow warriors, huh? I hear you didn't even send them out when you were beefing with the Red Constellation. You are remarkably well informed. That altercation was simply a consequence of another family's poor decisions. Had Sao failed to quell the incursion, our shadows would have been released without a second thought. Lucky for everyone that Jaegers have more sense than Almada, I guess. I am beginning to understand what Sao sees in you. Perhaps I will enlist your services again one day. With that, I bid you farewell. Fair travels on your return to the capital. The Xiangshu. Oh, why didn't you warn us they were here? Got one last question for you, old man. What's with the cold shoulder to the kid? He's been sulking about it.
まあいろいろあるのよ。我らヘイユエにもな。こたびの一件、外貨を通じ内観を見定める機会でもあろう。その気なら主も見極めてみるがよい。
Well, if the elders say we aren't acting today, then that's that. I'll leave it up to you to decide how and to what degree you investigate last night's tragedy. My only request is that you look out for Aaron as much as possible. I feel the same. His friends were like family to him. He'll be willing to pay any price to avenge them. That makes sense. He was overtaken with rage before. I'm worried about him being out there on his own. Speaking of worried, I'm getting worried about you getting back to Edith on time. If you don't make it back in time, a certain bracer is going to bite my head off. Sorry, but please let me stay until the end of the day. There's something on my mind that I need to see through. Figures. Alright, you've got till the last train tonight. No more extensions. I understand. Do be careful, everyone. If you need support, we'll do what we can. I'm counting on you, Mr. Arkwright. Aaron's in your hands now. So long as it's the kind of work a Spriggan like me can do, I'll see this through. Alright, bet you already know the game plan for today, right? First, we need to investigate what happened last night, in particular where that strange fog came from. It's possible there is a Genesis involved. We need to track down Aaron too. For all we know, he's already charged headfirst into the enemy base. That enemy likely being Almada. Not bad. We got all the big stuff. While we work on the information gathering, we'll knock out any other small tasks that come our way. I want to check in with Jack too, and we may as well hit up the cops and the guild while we're at it. Long story short, we've got to roll with the punches. Great. Alright, I have to work tomorrow, so I'm going to call it there. And we'll continue this tomorrow. After I get off work. Thank you, Curry, if you're still here, for helping me get my delay sorted out. I'll have a look at the VOD and see how things sound by the end of it. Good night for now.